In San Francisco, Media Roll is Wyman and Bob here, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there as we get that much closer to the rematch between the Seattle Seahawks and the New England Patriots. And we're going to open the show with a guy who knows that matchup very, very well. Former Seahawk, you know him, you love him. He is Ricardo Lockette here with us. How are you, man?
Oh, feeling great, man. Feeling great. It's great to for the guys to be back in this situation.
It's great to see you. You look like you could still be out there playing.
I wish. I wish. You have no idea how bad I would love to finish this game Sunday with the guys.
I can imagine.
You know what, Ricardo, here's the thing that you have to do to get over it is you actually have to let yourself go. Yeah. Like just put on some pounds, be out of shape and everything. So that way you know that you
listen, like he was giving me good advice.
You're getting ready to take notes.
You got to get to a point physically where you're like, I know I couldn't play anymore.
Right.
Because that happened. No, honestly, in all seriousness, like it was like 5 years for me to get over it because I was like, I still think I'm pretty strong. You know, I can still run and everything.
Yeah,
so I mean, it's tough to
mental.
go through that.
It's mental. Even if you're out of shape, being the athlete that you are, the competitor, it'll take me 3 to 4 months. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah.
You're always positive, always optimistic. That's how you make it to certain points.
Are you as fast right now as you were?
No. Speed is definitely declined.
Well, what's going on for you here? I mean, it's obviously mayhem out here. It gets bigger and crazier every single year. And what do you got going on out here? What brings you here?
So I'm here with the Harvard football study, and we're actually 50 guys away from 500. 5,000, and we're the biggest football study, period. So what we're doing now is helping the guys, the guys that are having the mental issues or multiple sclerosis or high blood pressure or whatever it is, anything affected that comes from football. We're here to be the big brothers, to be the second family, and I appreciate them because everything that I went through, they've helped me with that. They've been my second family since I didn't have my coaches. I didn't have the trainers. I didn't have that. So I had the wonderful professors and just everyone connected to the Harvard University football study. And I truly believe that it'll make a huge difference. And we're here to get that last 50. So anybody listening out in Seattle, make sure you connect with the Harvard football study to make sure we complete that 50 to get to 5,000, the largest football study, period. It will help Little League football in the future. It's going to help middle school football. It's going to help high school football, overall football altogether.
Is there a website or anything we can direct them to, or any sort of info we can push people towards? Just gathering more information or any of that? We'll get that. We'll get it.
Yeah.
We'll get that. How much did it help you? I mean, obviously your career, you had a neck issue that went on. How long did it take you just to mentally say, that's it, I can't take that risk? I mean, because you felt physically you're in your prime, you could still play physically, but there was that issue telling you, I can't do it. That had to be a tough hurdle to get over.
Yeah, I think the night in Dallas when I got hurt, actually the morning of, because the night I didn't know if I would ever play again. I had to go to sleep waiting on the results. So the morning of, the doctor came in and he told me, he said, we can have surgery where you could play again, but it's a high risk of you breaking your neck. Or we can lock it in place where you wouldn't have as much
range of
motion, and you don't have to worry about that at all. And then I said, hold on, give me a second. Then I had to call my agent. Then I had to figure out the financial situation because as a man, you're willing to do whatever it takes for your family.
Right. Yeah.
So I actually thought about it, because I actually playing football, you're putting your life on the line anyway because you know that it's a 100% injury-prone sport. So to answer your question, the night of the morning after the injury, I knew that it was over once the doctor came in and told me. I just mentally separated from it.
Yeah, Ricardo, by the way, the website you can go to is footballplayershealth.harvard.edu. And we'll read that again after we let you go. But what are some of the cooler things that you've found out from this study, or more? I don't want to say cool, but like revealing and interesting that has come out of this Harvard study that you're working with?
Basically that a lot of the drills that we were doing back in the day to consider ourselves tough, or the measuring stick for who's the big dog or who's the man on the team is possibly the person that they were putting in the closest situation to getting CTE. So what we want to do now is we want to try to get everyone to wear the padding. We used to go 2 days. I don't know if you ever wore that right eel. That right eel doesn't have any air in it. Now they have the air. They have all kind of pockets and stuff in it. Yeah. So if you go back to early 2000s, there was almost no padding in your helmet. You just bang, bang, bang. And that's when you had 2 a days, sometimes 3 a days.
Full contact.
Full contact.
Yeah.
So now, so we find out that some of those drills, some of those exercises, some of the pain medicine that we're taking, the Toradol, certain types of Advil is causing high blood pressure. And a lot of these things aren't DNA or hereditary. They're actually the things that we eat and the actual drills that we do directly connected to football. Yeah. Whether it's overloaded in creatine, overloaded in protein, whether you're a lineman and you have to make weight, if you lose too much weight for your body type, then that later on affects your kidneys. If you gain too much weight, that affects your high blood pressure, your cholesterol, and causes other things later on in life. So the amazing professors and doctors at Harvard, they're working day in and day out to make football better. And we're only 50 guys away from 5,000.
That's amazing.
So that's the goal. And obviously, if so many guys are coming in, now we're getting the reports. So, okay, what injury did you probably get the most concussions in? What was the symptoms of this, and that? Blah, 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 blah. So per the research of the actual drills we did, not just, a fan that's in the crowd that's saying, oh, yeah, blah, 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 but the actual doctors who actually put in the research, who are qualified and NFL players.
Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah. You see the guys here and there wearing the Guardian caps out there. Mm-hmm. And I feel like most would probably want to wear it, but they want to look cool. I mean, that's the reality of it, right?
We want to look tough. Yeah. That's why we wouldn't wear it.
Right. So do you think prior to your injury, and it's probably hard to get yourself in that mindset, but if those were present back then and said, hey, Ricardo, here's some things we're going to wear, could you see yourself wearing that?
No, but given the research, given what I know now, I would hopefully my teammates, my coaches, and my trainers would force me to wear it because they actually care about the longevity of my life and my ability to function and get around and not just win a game for that organization. So my ego probably at the time wouldn't allow me to do it, but now when you know better, you do better.
I like that. I like that you're honest about that because that's part of the problem, right?
For sure.
Your pride and all that. Mm-hmm. Do you think that Seahawks fans can gain some level of atonement by beating the Patriots, since that was the last team we lost to in Super Bowl 49?
100%. This game is 100% personal to us. It's 100% personal to all 12s. It's 100% personal to all coaches, all trainers, the kitchen staff. Everyone involved with the Seahawks. It is 100% personal. So we're going to gain everything with this win. We're going to come in fired up. The fans are going to be fired up. We're going to be fired up. And then after the game, we're going to celebrate, and we're going to watch the Patriots walk off and cry.
I hope that's
there. We go.
Watching. Yeah,
that's a radio show. Let's wrap right there.
Hey, how long does it take to get over how that ended, or is that because they replayed that play?
I won't be over until the fourth quarter is over Sunday.
Until this, and it'll
be fine.
That'll kind of wash it away.
Yep, it'll be fine.
And you're obviously calling for a Seahawks victory.
100%. I'm calling for. I can't even say that word on the radio, but that's what I want.
Kicking?
That's what I want. That's what I want. But I want it to be in Seahawks fashion. I want it to be how we dominate people, how the LOB came in, and how the MOB is now, how you can see Earl and Cam flying around. You can see the rage from Sherm and Cam's eyes. You can see the kickoff team flying. Coach Carroll fist pumping, this and that. The crowd getting into it, playing the music, the lights flashing, and you can see the fourth quarter going 0-0-0, and you can see the green and blue confetti dropping. And 2026 champions are the Seattle Seahawks.
I love it. Hey, who are some of the guys on the team that you are in contact with, or is there any guys that you talk to regularly and Just it seems like such a great group of guys.
Yeah.
Or are you mostly talking to your old teammates?
Yeah, it's mostly my teammates. Since I'm in Atlanta, I'm not really around. I know Cam and a lot of guys that live in Seattle. They're kind of there every day, so they get a chance to see the guys. But yeah, I'm kind of away from them, but they know I support them. I support them through social media and whenever we get a chance to message and stuff like that.
There you go.
Ricardo Lockette is our guest here, and he's doing a very cool thing working with the Football Players Health Study at Harvard University. You can get involved, find more information. Just go to footballplayershealth.harvard.edu. Again, footballplayershealth.harvard.edu is where you can get more information on what he's doing, which is a great thing. Awesome to talk to you, man. You look like you're doing great. You look like you'll still be out there playing.
I wish, man. I wish. But I'm excited to be here. I'm excited. I think this is also therapy for the 2014 Seahawks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of us here kind of floating around, and as well as a lot of other people haven't gotten over it, we haven't gotten over it either. So it's good to see each other. It's good to be around each other, and it will end well. It will end well.
I'm with you.
I like it. Yeah, we agree, man.
I think so. Ricardo, we appreciate you, man. Thanks so much for coming by. Good to see you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
There you go. There he is. Go Hawks. Ricardo Lockette, everybody. Really cool to see him out here looking. Looks like he could still run a 4.340.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure. Well, that's faster than Rabel. I don't know.
Awesome to see him out here as we are live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Looks good.
Man, he looks great. Yeah. And thanks to Justin for pointing him out.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, that looks like Ricardo Lockette. I'm like, yeah, sure is.
Yeah, bring him in.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Got a photo op. Yeah, great seeing Ricardo, man. Just seemed like yesterday, the last time we saw you.
Yeah. He should be out there running around, man. He should be out there running around. And he, like most people we talk to, seem to be very confident in the outcome of this game, as I have been and you have been. And I really feel like it's their game. And the more we'll break it down over the next 3 days that we're here, we're going to be talking to a lot of people. We're going to be talking to Dan Orlovsky coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to Mike Tannenbaum at 4 o'clock today. Tons of people walking around, so we'll see who else pops up. But I'm finding it hard to find, and it doesn't mean this dictates the outcome of the game, obviously, Dave, but I'm finding it hard to find somebody who's making a case for the Patriots.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, I think by the end of the week, I will probably turn them into the big bad wolf, because that's what I do. When you look at, I just haven't looked through some of the games. Drake Maye can make every kind of throw that you need to make. And whether it's in the pocket or, like Caleb Williams, for example, I mean, he loves and he makes some brilliant plays on the run. Outside of the pocket, moving the pocket, scrambling, whatever. Drake Maye can do that. I don't know that he has quite the magic that Caleb Williams does, but he is a better pocket passer for sure.
Right. Certainly more accurate. I mean, he led the league in completion percentage, and Caleb's in the 50s.
Right. So yeah, I mean, but I think he has he's kind of a blend of maybe the best pocket passer and somebody like Caleb Williams. So, I mean, that's the one thing and the one player that I think I could turn into the big bad wolf by the end of the week. But, yeah, that was hey, you know what I thought was interesting is, when I knew we were going to play the Patriots real quick, I was like, I wonder, like I asked him, is there some level of atonement for Seahawk fans and the old Seahawk teams? And he was like 100%. And most people have said, it's no Belichick, it's no Brady, it's no this and that. He's the first guy, and I don't know if other guys from that era feel that same way, but he was all in on it, man. So that's kind of interesting perspective from him.
If it helps those guys get beyond it, awesome.
Yeah.
I, as a fan, personally, just for me, it's such a different cast. I mean, who's there that was there last time? Robert Kraft. And maybe some office personnel,
the trainers, and
people we don't know or talk about. So, but he's the lone, I guess, face of that time that still exists. But it just doesn't carry the same weight as it would had you beaten Bill Belichick and certainly Brady. But hey, I'll take it. I will take it. I don't care who's there, who's not. A win is a win. Let's take two.
Yeah, in the midst of all this, crazy to think there's still an actual football game about to happen. So the first injury report of the week will come out for Seahawks and Patriots a little bit later today. But Sam Darnold and Mike Macdonald, they are speaking to the media. It's media session pretty much every day this week. Sam Darnold says the oblique feels good. Mike Macdonald said, quote, Sam's in a great spot. So we'll see on that first injury report later today.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the case. I think the next big news as far as injury goes is going to be Drake Maye and his shoulder. But yeah, we're in a good spot with the right tackles, right? Amari Kite is the one that's not on the list. I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Left tackle. So I think that was worrisome going into that game against the Rams. So seems like we're all set there. And then Charbonnet, I guess, is the only unfortunate part, and we know he's been out. He's out for the rest of the year. But other than that, looking pretty good as far as the injuries go.
Yeah, I'm just the one I'm curious about was Ernest Jones. So he had a chest injury. Remember, we read about that and really didn't hear anything following that. So just curious to see if that comes up or an explanation as to what it was, because he's my pick, my dark horse pick for an MVP. I expect him to have a big game in this one.
Yeah, the NFL coaching carousel churns on, kind of assistant coach churn now. The Steelers have hired former Vikings passing game coordinator Brian Angelico as their next OC. Then Frank Reich has reemerged with the Jets. He's their new offensive coordinator.
Poor Frank Reich. What did he do to deserve this?
Hey, didn't Frank Reich coach at Stanford recently?
I don't know.
He was their interim head coach when Andrew Luck took over.
Yeah.
With the knowledge that he would only coach for a year.
You know how I know that, Bob?
Did you look it up?
Because he's wearing a sweatshirt. Yeah, I'm a close follower of Stanford.
Yeah, you were really dialed into the Frank Reich era out there at Stanford. Yeah, good luck to him. I mean, we don't see many people come through there, be it a player or a coach, head coach, what have you, that comes away with a success story of being attached to the Jets. It just seems like last resort for the experienced people and maybe a starting point for others that are just looking for their first opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure that the ownership's saying the right things, and for a lot of people, it's a move up and getting back into the NFL. So, yeah, I don't know that the coaching community sits around and goes, oh, okay, this team sucks. This team sucks. This is,
it's an opportunity.
It's totally, and a chance to provide for your family in a really major way, and possibly, generational wealth like we keep talking about.
Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Mike Vrabel seems to relish being the underdog, and we'll dive into what that means for this matchup. Coming up next as we continue right here live from Radio Row in San Francisco. It's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN!
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
Olympic Hot Tub is celebrating Seattle's championship football team and the big game day ahead with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Get champion-level wellness at huge savings. Score big on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Hey, it's Ryan Nolan-Smith. Let's make wellness and feeling terrific part of your everyday game plan. Don't let the clock run out. These winning deals end Sunday. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
Is your home uncomfortably cold? It might be because most windows and doors have a huge influence on your home's comfort. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, which can help reduce your energy bills by up to 30%. Combined with our leak armor installation and lifetime warranty, the investment in your home will be protected for life. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Experience a luxury resort, breathtaking wildlife, spectacular wilderness, and amazing fishing at Queen Charlotte Lodge in northern British Columbia. King salmon runs are at their peak in May and June, and halibut and lingcod are always plentiful. Check out how easy it is to visit QCL at fishqcl.com. That's fishqcl.com. Queen Charlotte Lodge. Experience fishing first class. And remember, our dollar's worth $1.35 north of the border.
Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the year from James G. Murphy Company, February 5th through 10 a.m. Thursday, February the 12th. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more. Like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We continue live from the media center out here in San Francisco that is buzzing. You got mascots running around here. You got sets that look like video games, like giant arcades. You got All kinds of things. People running around with cameras on their little extensions. Everybody's being interviewed. Everybody looks at everybody being interviewed going, who's that? Should we go talk to them too?
Yeah. Well, and there's a barrier between us and the common unwashed, Bob.
That's right.
But it is kind of like being a monkey in the zoo.
Yeah.
Because people are like looking over at you and
everybody trying to figure out who everybody is.
Yeah.
It's funny when people, they'll look at you and they'll look down at your credential. Like, do I know that guy?
Yeah, you know what? I do that too, so I don't get too mad.
I do that in our building with our people that work there and their name tags.
Hi, Joe.
I know we've worked together for 14 years now, but I'm still not certain what your name is.
Yeah.
So no, it is quite a scene. The buildup is huge. Former Seahawks running around here. We just had a chance to catch up with Ricardo Lockette. In case you guys missed that conversation, you'll be able to find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. We saw Matt Hasselbeck out on the street when you and I were out getting a sandwich that took at least 45 minutes to make.
Oh, my God.
Probably the most ill-equipped store I've ever been in for this kind of volume of people, directly across the street from a media center. And they had 7 people behind the counter.
7.
None of them knew what to do.
No, actually it was 8.
Yeah.
There was another guy that was coming. Yeah, and it took, I don't know, maybe 25 minutes for me and Lefko to get our sandwich. They probably weren't right, but I would love to tell you the name of the company, but I've already washed it from my mind.
Yeah. And I got they screwed me out of 2 inches of my sandwich.
You ordered the 8.
You can get a 4, a 6, or an 8. I said, give me the 8. They gave me a 6 after all that time.
Don't side-eye me, Lefko.
Unbelievable.
Don't side-eye me.
So that's what's going on out here.
I'm not going to say anything. All right. Yeah, so and pretty smooth getting down here last night. We checked in pretty late, but there was nobody at the airport at SeaTac. Great.
Easy flight. Got on the BART to go to the hotel.
Lefko's a BART expert.
Yeah,
he didn't know that.
He was all over those signs.
Man.
The scenic tour we went on. Yeah. How to navigate around.
Couldn't really see anything. It was dark, but yeah, it was good.
Got to know the lay of the land here.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
If for some reason anyone wanders over and says, hey, how do we get from here to the airport? Take the BART.
Lefko,
I'll show him.
There.
He'll go, there's a yellow line and a red line.
Well, Lefko already knows this town inside and out.
That's right.
He's out exploring
He's
today,
our tour director. Yeah. Meanwhile, we've talked a lot about the matchups of the players. The coaching matchup, I think, is going to be very interesting because Mike Vrabel has obviously done a tremendous job turning this team around. It was a disaster last year, and he was speaking with the media yesterday, and they asked him what it means that both teams are perceived as underdogs.
No, we've always tried to focus on how things are going to go right and not worry about how they're going to, what could happen and go wrong. As far as I think I would say the majority of Americans or a majority of people probably are more underdogs than they are favorites. Favorites are the talented, elite top 10%. And most groups are made out of a lot of people that are average and 80%, and we're trying to make the 80% a little bit better. Talent's talent. There's a lot of things that are God-given. We try to focus on things that we can realistically improve.
Yeah, and technically the Seahawks are the favorites. If we're looking at the betting line, it was at 5 and went to 4.5. I haven't checked to see what it's at now, if it's moved at all. But they're the favorites. And as I said, I'm actually having a hard time finding people that are taking the other side, saying the Patriots are going to win. And again, that doesn't dictate anything that actually happens on the field, but that's sort of the sentiment. I get the appeal of being the underdog, though. If you're a player, certainly if you're a fan, you're not supposed to win. So you feel like all the pressure and expectation, more importantly, is on the other team, and that's a more comfortable place to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, Vrabel is just one of those guys that is a football junkie. I mean, to the nth degree. I mean, he loved it as a player and as a coach. And, and the things that he does little things that kind of like Mike Macdonald, where he's trying to get his team together and everything. And I don't know if you've probably seen this, where Vrabel will stand outside the locker room on game day, and every guy that comes off, he shakes their hand, gives them a hug, whatever. And it looks like he's developed that kind of chemistry that the Seahawks have and that Mike Macdonald has done. So Vrabel has done in a very short time some great things in New England.
Yeah, he went on to talk about how they want to try to, getting into specifics of this game and how they want to attack that Seahawks defense, but what they have to be careful of going to look out for when going against them.
Well, we'll have to stay balanced. I mean, our best games we're able to provide some semblance of run game, and we're able to kind of marry some of the play action passes. And I don't think in this league you want to turn things into a drop back passing game. That makes it really difficult. They're good up front. They play a lot of people. They're disruptive. They work well together with games. They don't give up many X plays, and I think that those numbers, whichever you're alluding to, isn't because they're not good tacklers. They're really good tacklers. It's just sometimes in the shell that they're in, some of the underneath coverage is a little bit deeper. But I think they're a very good tackling football team, and you can tell the fundamentals that they play with across the board.
Well, and then the games where they didn't tackle well are the ones where we lost, and primarily Tampa Bay. I mean, definitely Tampa Bay Buccaneers game was brutal, and that was tackling, definitely. But, yeah, when you look up some of the things, I think it took a while to really get their defense going, because that very first game against Las Vegas, which they lost 20-13, they gave up 390 yards. Geno had 362 yards, and we've seen that from Geno. I mean, 2024, a game that we lost against Detroit, he threw for 395 with the Seahawks, but it was the fifth most in a single game in Geno's entire career. So their defense just wasn't playing together. They had like disguise problems, and like Mike will put 7 guys up on the line, and 3 will drop out. They just weren't very dedicated to that, so they got off to kind of a slow start. But I mean, it's you look at what Vrabel, sorry, Vrabel
that's his name.
Yeah, that's where you really see that he had to turn things around very quickly there, and it was a really good coaching job by him.
Yeah, we'll definitely get more into that and other matchups throughout this week. I think Shawne Merriman might be joining us here in a matter of moments. Just walk by, so we'll see tons of people walking by. It could be a guest at any given moment out here.
Yeah.
We're right out here in the thick of it in San Francisco, side of Super Bowl 60 on Radio Row. So see what happens coming up next as we continue with Wyman and Bob right here on your home for the Seahawks and the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m., Bump and Stacy 10 to 2, Wyman and Bob 2 to 6, with bonus coverage 6 to 8.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When you buy a new vehicle from Lee Johnson, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty included.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Pendleton Whiskey Velocity Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at Busch Light PBR Everett at Angel of the Winds Arena February 13th and 14th. Ready to be cowboy? Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the year from James G. Murphy Company. February 5th through 10 a.m. Thursday, February the 12th. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more. Like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We are coming to you live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. It is Wyman and Bob, and as we said, you never know who's going to come walking by. And I watched this guy walk by. I said, Lefko, I think that's Shawne Merriman. Go see if he'll come on. And nice enough to step over the wall and join us on the program. Former stud member of the Chargers out there. Everybody remembers the lights out dance. Shawne Merriman is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well, man. How about yourself?
Doing great. It's good to talk to you. Good to see you look like you can still play. You're still in great shape.
I wish so one of these big guys grabbed me, and that's it for me. So.
Well, as we were talking about during the break, you got a new set of skills since your football days. You've embarked into the world of MMA. You got your own promotion going, and you just signed a brand new deal with ESPN.
Yes. Lights Out Extreme Fight, my MMA organization. We've been putting on fights for the last couple of years, and we were at started off at Fox Sports and went to Fubo. We did Fubo for a while, and just signed a big partnership with ESPN Latin America. And as you know, because you're in the sport, in the Latin America countries, it's two things: it's soccer and it's fighting.
Really?
Yeah, it's the two biggest things. So, I always wanted us to be more of a global, company, and especially because the UFC knocked down so many doors in this business. Them going over to Paramount and us having an opportunity to be at ESPN has been great.
So how long has it been? Are you still like sparring and any kind of a serious way?
We were just talking about it, man. I'll jump in there with the pro classes and train at Extreme Couture in Las Vegas or in LA. I'm at the Body Shop in Long Beach, and in LA I'm at Black House with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu gym. So but I'm not. I want to make this clear. I'm not competing to win.
Okay.
Right?
That's kind of what
those days. That's the biggest problem with us athletes. We up here, we think we still got it, and the body's saying, no, you don't. So I don't want to push those limits.
I went through that, and it was probably less time than you. I'll say that because I wasn't the greatest athlete. But, yeah, I mean, I think – did you think that after having done, the MMA, that would have really helped you? Were you doing it during?
I was doing it
during football.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was the sort of connection?
A good friend of mine, Jay Glazer, over at Fox Sports.
Oh yeah,
great
guy.
He introduced me to Randy Couture.
Okay.
And this is in 2006, and I started training with Randy. And truthfully, I only started to really help me with my hands in football and leverage, using your body leverage.
People don't realize how much your hands, especially as a pass rusher.
It is
right?
everything. I mean, and if you really look at it, any hand combat drills, I mean, whether it's boxing, Muay Thai, MMA, Jiu-Jitsu, all those things help you in a different discipline, man. And and I speak to a lot of former guys when they get done, because one of the biggest problems we have is we don't have anything to compete in anymore. Just pick up a sport, pick up boxing, go pick up Muay Thai or Jiu-Jitsu or Taekwondo, pick up something, because that edge that we always had is gone.
Right.
Yeah, Dave always makes fun of me for jiu-jitsu. Says, "Oh, you got your black belt in karate. You're going to do karate in the garage." It's not karate.
I don't want him to karate chop me.
Right.
No, much respect, and I wish that before while I was playing, this was like 87 to 95 was the years I was in the NFL. But I really did, like, my thing was jump rope, because it's just your brain telling your feet what to do over and over and over. I mean, things like that. All the little things are like we talk about Walter Jones, great offensive tackle.
Oh man, he's.
Oh my God.
I got Walter's jersey hanging up in my place.
Do you?
I loved him and hated him at the same time. I mean, he's.
But it was all about hands and feet with him.
I try to explain to people how good Walter Jones was.
Yeah.
For somebody of that size and that big, his feet and the way he used his hands, he's the only offensive lineman jersey I got hanging up in my place. I got linebackers, I got wide receivers, running backs, quarterbacks.
Just out of respect.
I got one offensive lineman jersey up there, and it's Walter Jones.
That's cool.
Okay.
Now,
cool.
I know you're incredibly involved with your promotion and everything, as you should be. Are you still focused on football? Do you get a chance to park yourself in front of the TV and watch every Sunday?
I still work a lot with the Chargers down in L.A. and you know what it is? It takes you, a good year or two to get away from the game before you become a fan again.
Yeah.
And I don't know if other players experience that, but for me, I was still too much in the competitive and still emotionally attached to the game, where I'm sitting on the couch and you might get a rusher just get pushed right up the field. He's making $10 million. I'm like, I can do that. Why am I sitting here?
I would play for half of that.
Yeah. You give me 3/4 of that, and I can do that right there.
Yeah.
But you end up becoming a fan of a lot of these guys, and you can kind of sit back and just really love the game.
Yeah, I didn't watch the NFL for like 3 years. I was bitter. I'm like, how can they go on without me?
Right. Yeah, they'll go on without anybody. It's going on.
Who is an edge rusher or a backer, defensive player that you really admire and what you look at?
All the ones, Myles Garrett, he's probably my favorite, right? I mean, because he's just such a freak athlete. But Khalil Mack on the Chargers, and Thule is good down there as well, and T.J. Watt is still getting it done. Yeah. Will Anderson is I've been watching him since his freshman year at Alabama.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man, and Hunter. So with me, I kind of look back in Max Crosby, and in fact, I went to the Max Crosby had this sack summit with him, Cam Jordan, and Von Miller in Vegas. And I went out and for a day or so and worked with a lot of the younger guys. In fact, Milton, the lineman on the Patriots.
Yep. Yeah.
A lot of these younger guys out there, and it was fascinating to me and how they look at the game now, how they pass rush, and just the sharing of information. Because we didn't share anything. You know, we wanted to be the best.
Those are trade secrets.
I'm not telling you nothing. I'm getting this sack, and it's all mine, right? But these guys are so much more advanced in how they look at the game.
Yeah.
When you look at the Seahawks defense, it's interesting because they don't have a guy like you. They don't have the guy. They have a bunch of guys that have 7 sacks. You got, Lawrence, and you've got Leonard Williams, and you've got Uchenna Nwosu. You got all these guys that are. Yeah. It's really kind of a community thing. When you look at them, what do you see? What stands out?
That's been a part of their success. We always said it's you can block one, you can game plan one, you can't game plan 5. Right, and so you have guys like Nwosu who he's a former Charger, can go out there and get it done. Then where are you going to slide? Where are you going to protect? Who are you going to double? Right, who are you going to game plan? And so if you have the guy, you're like, okay, we're going to eliminate him off of the game plan. Double team him, send a tight end in motion and hit him before he get out in this route. Just a lot of problems. But when you got a bunch of as a collective group, and I think that's an advantage to them. It really is, because at any given play, somebody can step up and be the guy, right? Me walking into every game, I was like, I got it. I'm the guy, right? There's a big play that they need me to make the big play. But when you got a bunch of guys that are equally can get it done when they need to is a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know how much you've heard from Mike Macdonald, but it's kind of interesting how the coaching now, it's like they used to be like kind of a CEO type, but now it's like they're either an offensive or defensive specialist.
Right.
And like a lot of them are calling the plays, whether it's offense or defense. It's kind of a little bit of a change that it seems like over the years from when, you played. Certainly.
Well, the game has changed overall, especially in the coaching aspect, because it used to be they wanted leaders. They wanted, somebody to kind of sit at this pyramid and be over everybody.
Right.
And I think we're going to have a wave, because there was a time where everybody wanted that offensive mind coordinator as a head coach. Right. I think it's going to be a shift where people are now looking at defensive-minded head coaches and then hiring great offensive coordinators.
Right.
Because
just like the Seahawks have done.
Because that mentality trickles down into the rest of the locker room. Mm-hmm. And I would much rather the defensive mentality and the physicality and guys willing to go out there and hit somebody in the mouth for 4 quarters, as opposed to we got to go out and score 35+ points to win. Right. And maybe that's me being biased, being a former defensive player, but we're starting to see now that you can have your offensive coordinator. That's great. Let him call the plays. In fact, maybe he's going to get a head coaching job. But let this mentality trickle down into the rest of the team.
Yeah. Be more of a defensive mindset.
100%.
Yeah. Well, I could be biased as well because I was a linebacker.
Yeah, there you go.
I agree with you. He's a genius, Bob.
Yeah.
He knows. He knows.
Are you leaning which way are you leaning in this matchup?
I like Seattle. And
based on the defense?
No, based on all 3 phases.
Okay.
And one thing that everything that I've done today these last couple of days that no one's talking about enough is their special teams.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not talking about enough and how important it is. And as a former defensive player, we looked at this. If you had a good punter, if you had a good gunner, somebody who was good to blocking punts, and those guys are our secret weapon.
Yeah.
Field advantage, turnovers, get the ball back and out. Like, they jumpstart everything you do. And I think that this game is going to be a great game defensively, low scoring in the first half. And I think there's going to be a special team play or two that's going to have Seattle to expand the lead. That's what I think is going to happen. And I don't think that the Patriots have enough to catch up, right? Because then you can't – and Sam Darnold's not been great when he's getting pressured and hit. But guess what? when they don't have to throw the ball in much because they're up 10 points.
Yeah.
That's not the issue. So that's where I think the game is going to really start to expand.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Jay Harbaugh is a really good special team coach, but they have, concluding the playoffs, I think it's 6 touchdowns on special teams.
Yeah.
You know, they block kicks, they block punts. I mean, it's just, yeah, and that's always the edge, right? Like if you have 2 pretty evenly matched teams, that's the difference.
And it's a big difference because that right there it could be a game changer. They can go back and forth, chess match on defense and get after each other up front. But guess what happens? If a block punt or a block kick or somebody returns a kick and that 7 points is added and it's a 10-3 game.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There you go.
There you go.
Have it.
And there you have it. And Seattle, they can run the ball. They don't have to go out and throw bombs down the field. And if they are successful running the ball, then he go play action. Right? It's the domino effect where I think is going to happen with this game.
All right, before we let you go, what challenges you more, being out there on that football field or being in that cage with somebody who knows what they're doing? Physically,
Yeah, I'm gonna go and tackle somebody on the field before I go with some of these crazy. With some of these guys are insane. I love them, but they're out of their minds.
Yeah,
they're out of their minds.
It's a different person that gets in that cage for real.
Yeah, yes, that's not a person. They're demons. All of them, which I love.
So hey, congrats! Lights Out Extreme Fighting multi-year agreement with ESPN. The first card's coming up when?
Yeah, we're looking to get back on the schedule April, and then we go every month for a year.
Okay, all right. UFC's got a card in March. Come on out to Seattle, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I love Seattle, man. It's been I love coming up there. So great
Israel Adesanya headlining. Be good to see you out there, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Pleasure to talk to you. There you go. There's Shawne Merriman, one of the greats from the NFL. Now he's in the world of MMA. Lights Out Extreme Fighting is signing a new deal with ESPN. So things moving in the right direction for him. What does a former NFL quarterback think about Sam Darnold? ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky will join us next, live from San Francisco, Media Row. It's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 6 with bonus coverage 6 to 8.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. So much more than just physical and hand therapy, though, Shannon. You guys, holy smokes, do you have a lot of specialty care?
Yeah, Brock, we do. You know, obviously our nuts and bolts is good old musculoskeletal, but we have a lot of therapists that do advanced certifications in specialty care. And that's important because we can treat the whole population. We can treat your neighborhood. We can treat your family. And those specialty services range from neurovestibular care to dry needling, sports medicine, hand therapy, pelvic floor, vestibular rehab, lymphedema, you name it, we have that service. Again, we're about taking care of the whole family and the whole family's needs.
Remember, IRG, they're in your neighborhood. I'm talking over 40 locations and new additions in Wallingford and the WAC as well, that Washington Athletic Club. You can find them in person. You can find it online at irgpt.com. That is irgpt.com.
Every season is a little bit different here in Washington, but I'll tell you what, the amount of rain never seems to change in the winter, and we have sure gotten a ton of it this season. All that rain, all that water, it's all got to go somewhere. And if it makes its way into your crawl space, that's when it can create all sorts of problems, including real structural damage, which could really affect your home. But more importantly, for the health of your family, the water in that crawl space could create toxic mold, and that has serious health repercussions. Thankfully, we have Crawl Pros. They can come in and keep your crawl space dry, install a sump pump and drainage, and reroute that water back out and away from your home. They'll also take care of any mold that may have been created. Don't take the risk. It's too important. The best way to learn if you have any water is to ask Crawl Pros to visit your home and inspect your crawl space for free. Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. So if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today, pay you right up front, but it gets even better because once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. So, Mark, it's been a few years since you started offering this. How's it going?
I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit.
That 50% has now amounted to over $1 million shared with customers. Why do you think it's working so well?
Let's face it, it's Thunderdome out there with all the auto theft, the identity theft, and the other scams going on today. Less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. So we offer them a way to get a lot more money for their car without having to go through all the hassle of trying to sell it themselves.
And it's only at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Wayscarford.com.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
4 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Nathaniel Hackett is back in the NFL. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur is hiring Hackett to be Arizona's offensive coordinator, according to Adam Schefter. He spent last season as a defensive analyst for Mike's brother, Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. Before that, Hackett was the Jets offensive coordinator for 2 seasons, Broncos head coach in 22, and Matt LaFleur's offensive coordinator from 2019 to 2021. So Nathaniel Hackett finding his way back. Meanwhile, big trade in the NBA. The Dallas Mavericks are sending Anthony Davis, 10-time All-Star guy they just acquired a year ago, sending him and guards Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, Dante Exum to the Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malaki Branham, and Marvin Bagley III, plus 2 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks in addition to that.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we're coming to you live from Radio Row out here in the site of Super Bowl 60, Seahawks and the New England Patriots. We get a chance to speak to a guy we talk a lot about. We always play sound clips from this guy usually when they're favorable for the Seahawks. Dan Orlovsky is with us. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Luckily, a lot of the things you've said have been favorable throughout the season.
I take my wins when I can.
I feel like you were an early believer in this team. That you got a little pushback early in the season.
I think part of it is I've really believed in Sam and thought he was going to be a player that we've watched him become this year. And then we had the early season Monday nighter against Houston. And, you know, when you sit in these Monday night football meetings with these coaches and players, you can gauge pretty quickly, you know, who's got it, who feels like a head coach, as if you're talking to a coordinator, or like when you could just sit in the building for extended periods of time or watch a practice and you're like, yup. And you just had that feeling, you know, when you talk to Mike and you talk to Clint and then the players, you could just, this team's built the right way, they're saying the right things, they feel right, and it's very cool to watch, you know, the individual journey, but also the team.
What about Clint Kubiak? You know, what did you notice about him? He does seem like a man of few words, but, you know, they're kind of hiring specialists now for head coaches, right?
Yeah.
Offensive or defensive, and it looks like it's a foregone conclusion, but the job that he did this year with the offense was pretty awesome, in particular sticking with the run game. What did you see from the offense as it developed?
One, he's been around the NFL since he could breathe. You know, it's obviously, and I've played under his father. I know Clint from almost 20 years ago playing under Gary Kubiak in Houston. So I just know the way he's learned football being around his father. I've been a fan of his. I liked a lot of the stuff he did early on last year in New Orleans. For me, that tree, that scheme, and the understanding of the value of the run, the way you pair it together, the way that everything's an illusion. I can present one thing and have 5 or 6 different things to go off of it. How often have you guys seen Sam Darnold throw from the same place on 3 or 4 plays in a row? It just doesn't happen. They're always moving the quarterback. The defense doesn't know where he is. They don't know when the ball is coming out. How often do you see JSN just line up at the same spot multiple places? They don't. And so I think that he always forces the defense to think, and that forces them to play slow. And that's an advantage.
How much of Sam's success this season do you put on him just maturing and growing, and how much of it do you put on Kubiak and what he's kind of put him in a position to do?
Yeah, I think Sam's success goes back to the failures early on and the resiliency that it built up and the toughness that it built up, the hunger that it created, going to San Francisco and realizing what consistent high-level quarterback play looked like when watching Brock Purdy. Obviously, the success at Minnesota, proving it to yourself is valuable. And then when we sat with Sam this year, I remember asking him the one thing, and he said he obsessed this offseason with when the shot is there, you have to hit it. In this league, you only get so many opportunities. You don't get 10 in games. You get 3. And that's really the difference between playing at a high level, missing, winning, and losing. And I think that's the thing that I would point to with Sam is like he's become, when the chance is there, not only the willingness to take it, but good enough to consistently hit it. And it's one of the main reasons why they're obviously playing on Sunday.
How about on the other side? What do you see from Drake Maye? I kind of like the way that they brought him in. It was kind of old school, like they didn't start him right away and let him kind of season a little bit his rookie year. Do you think people will start to do that kind of thing? Or?
I hope.
Yeah.
You know, I would sit him for a long period of time. I was like sit him for a year or 2.
Yeah.
You know, Drake is so talented. I think a lot of people think Drake Maye, North Carolina, like he was going to Alabama. He was a superstar recruit out of high school. He's got 4 older brothers that are champions. He's weathered. He's tough. He's, you know, like been bullied by older brothers type of thing, but he's crazy talented. And he's a remarkable athlete, can throw the ball all over the field. And I think the best thing that happened to him was getting paired up with Josh McDaniels. I mean, he's one of the best offensive coordinators the last 20 years in the NFL. And everyone always says, like, the best thing you could do for a young quarterback is give him a run game. Like, sure. I think the best thing you could do is give him a defense. They don't feel like they have to go be perfect. They don't, I got to score 30 points to win a game. And so having Mike Vrabel, they've got this really good defense. Then a quarterback can, like, manage the game. They can make the right decision, not just a good decision, make the right one. And so I think you've watched his evolution of decision-making and what throw to make in what situation or versus what defense, and the physical talent is what it is, and they've got really good pieces around him. He has not played to the level that we saw in the regular season and the postseason. He will have to win against the elite defense against Seattle.
When you look at the Seahawks, from the outside, what's their Achilles heel? Do they have one?
I'll tell you yes, everyone's got one. From an offensive perspective, I'll go super nerdy here. They have the slowest run game in the NFL. Okay, so like Kenneth gets to the line of scrimmage slower than any back in the league. So there's advantages there or opportunity there from a defensive perspective to create tackles for losses, to hem him in, to play slower in the play action pass game, and from a defensive committing to the run perspective. So that's got to be an advantage for New England. They've got to take that and make that an advantage. So create some down and distances that are a little bit longer, be slower to the run rather than faster to the run, so you can defend against a little bit of the keeper game, the bootleg game. From a defensive perspective, there's not a lot. I think you got to be precise in your pass game over the middle of the field to have success. And then Nick is a huge piece. I think if you're New England, Nick is great. What's up, buddy? How are you? Great to see you. I love that.
Can we come and interrupt your interviews?
I love that sweatshirt. Nick is great. Stephon Diggs has got to win versus Nick in small spaces. Steph's quickness has got to be in coverage. It's got to be an advantage for New England. And so we've seen Nick in some certain situations have success. He hasn't played a guy that is as twitchy and as sudden as Steph. That's the weak. There's not a ton defensively, but I think from an offensive perspective, that's got to be something New England taps into.
What about on the other side? What's their Achilles heel for the Patriots?
So New England's defense, they play a coverage that we call palms. To simplify it, the safety in the corner on each side, they read the route. They don't play a black and white coverage. They read the route. And so when those guys are reading routes, a good offense can make both routes look the same. And then all of a sudden the defenders are guessing what we're going to do. If you guess one thing and you guess the same thing, somebody's missing in a certain area. So you could take advantage of that. There have been throws there. I've been outspoken about that. In the Chargers, the Texans game, they're there. The quarterbacks just didn't throw them. If you were going to ask me the one scheme that is the best at taking advantage of it, it's the Kubiak-McVay scheme. Just the way that they stem routes and pair receivers together. So I think shots over the middle of the field or over the safeties downfield are there. And then from an offensive perspective, they don't do a ton of formation variation. There's not a ton of motion and movement and shifting. So like where they are is kind of where they're going to be. I think that you can take away half of the field in their pass game more often than not, and I think that's a strength of Seattle's as well.
Seems like a really evenly matched. Like I was going through the stats from the regular season, and whether it's run defense, run offense, they're within like 3 or 4 of each other. But I wonder if like the sort of wild card might be special teams, just because I don't think I've seen a better special team unit than the one they have this year.
Yeah.
The Patriots actually have a kickoff return and 2 punt returns for touchdowns.
Marcus, yep.
So there's some, they kind of even that out a little bit. But as far as, I think we scored 5 touchdowns on special teams and starting point block punts.
You have 8 non-offensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
5 on special teams, 3 on defense.
Right. So I mean, it's maybe that's the edge.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think the teams are as evenly matched as the numbers present.
Yeah.
I think that Seattle and LA were the 2 best teams in football by a clear margin this year. I think Seattle is where they're supposed to be. I think New England is ahead of schedule. I would tell you this, if Seattle plays its A game and New England plays its A game, Seattle wins by 10 points. They're the better football team. So, yeah, special teams are matter, but I just think Seattle would have to play a less than ideal game for New England to have their best chance to win. I think Seattle's the better team.
Yeah. See, that's why we like them. I've been saying this. If the Seahawks play clean, they don't turn the ball over, which they haven't done 3 games in a row now.
Yeah.
The only team that beats Seattle is Seattle.
Correct. And the offense that played the best against Seattle's defense they're just a different group, and their quarterback is different.
Is it a bad matchup with the Rams, or did they expose something that other teams haven't been able to expose? With
I think that like the way that the Rams like to throw, to have success against Seattle's defense throwing the ball, you have to throw it over the middle of the field in precision. That's what Matthew and that Rams offense is about. And so, like, it's easy to draw it on paper, but to go do it, you have to, as a quarterback, you have to throw to places where guys aren't before they get there, and it takes some courage, man. And that's a big challenge. And so, yeah, and it's just Matthew's great. Like and Shawne has a good understanding of what they like to do. So, still beat them.
Yeah.
Still beat them twice.
Dan, we appreciate
My
you,
pleasure,
man.
man.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Enjoy, guys. Thank you.
There you go. There's Dan Orlovsky. If you guys are missing any part of these conversations, of which we've had many to this point, you'll be able to find them all on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. So we come in with Dan Orlovsky, and now we turn over to another media superstar who's making the rounds out here. It's amazing how his star has grown. It's just,
And
everybody wants a piece of this guy.
I hope people aren't disappointed, though.
Wow. Adam
Shots
Ray.
fired,
Adam
dude.
Ray. He's everywhere. How are you, brother?
I'm great, man. I'm just, you want to talk about, just being everywhere. Texting G. Scott right now. So, hey, things are looking up, dude.
Wow, you've reached the top of the
I've reached the
media
top of the
empire.
top. Shout out to Norm, my best bud Norm here. Going to his first Super Bowl on Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah, he's
Nice.
a Ravens fan, so he's,
So he's got no rooting interest in this game other than Mike Macdonald.
He's got, exactly. Oh, he's
Yeah.
a big Mike fan, and he's also, you need, I think we all have people in our life at this point where they're rooting for us because, like, I'm sure you guys all had messages or conversations with people that are not fans of our team, but, like, know how much we are.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
reach out on your behalf to be like, best of luck, I'm rooting for you. I've gotten a lot of that where it's like.
Fans
and then
are fans.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And just knowing how much that, like, I mean, it's so crazy to get to the Super Bowl. And, Dave, you can attest to this probably the most, but, like, yeah, I mean, I have shows Friday and Saturday in Austin. So I'm flying down Friday, coming back Sunday. And this whole time, my wife Amanda was like, you need to, Michael Bumpus, Black Don't Crack. And she goes, he looks good. And that's what I meant by that. I can't cancel the shows. I think we're gonna have a good playoff run, but, like, I don't know. And then, like, here we are, and I'm like, I should have canceled because I would love to just be here all week. But
So you're flying back on Sunday?
I'm flying back on Sunday at like 7:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Land at like 11:40.
So you got tickets to the game?
We got tickets. My future kid will be going to DeVry University because of what I spent on the ticket. They're not bad. They're good. What's up, Mike? I'll hit you later. Yeah. I want to hit him up. I have hit him up. He didn't respond. No, he did. Mike's the man. But yeah, we had to go. I don't know. It's how many times you're gonna go. I had plans to go with my buddy Brad Williams, who friend of the show.
Is he out here?
He was going to be, but then his Broncos lost. We thought it was gonna be Broncos Seahawks. We full on. So I mean, so Brad, we were gonna run it back, and the last time we went together was the 2013 Super Bowl, and I have a picture because it was 22-0, and Brad's like, all right, it's halftime. He's like, we're still in this, like. I got to keep hope alive. Like 22 is like not bad, but it's not great. And I'm like, you are in it. And I'm being supportive. 'Cause I'm like, I want it to be a game. I want it to be a blowout. But like, I'm like, yeah, we all came together. He was with 2 other Seattle fans. And then Percy runs it back. And I literally have a picture of me holding up the phone, like selfie style, like above, getting all of us in the picture. All of us Seattle fans smiling, and Brad just looking off in the distance, like so sad. And I show him the picture right after, and he just goes, if a dwarf cries at the Super Bowl, it's 10 years bad luck. Just kind of being like, yeah, but he was a good sport, but.
Wow. Well, cool. You'll be at the game. I'll be home on the couch watching it.
I mean, that's also the best place to watch it, dude. Let's be honest. Football is
good product on TV.
I went back and forth. I could be very happy also watching it at home because it's.
Well, your guy is quarterbacking, and we should say this. You've been a champion of Sam Darnold for years.
Yes.
He's been a buddy of yours, but you were very excited when he came here, and obviously you're rooting for him. And
I know right away you were like, what's going on? I know he's your buddy, but like, is this really was this the move? And I mean, I've been on the train the whole time, and I mean, I got choked up at the NFC Championship because it just like personally too. It's just like, I mean, you guys have such an inside look, so you get to see more of like the day to day and like knowing Dave like playing. But like as a fan, you're so surface level with your fandom and like not knowing that like. I think I just read something, or maybe you guys said it, like that Sam is going in at 4 and 430 to the VMAC, and like last one there, I think Kubiak just said that, and it's like, yeah, duh, dude. Like this is And it's such a great example for kids and just people, like, to just stay with it. And he never blamed anybody along the way. He just kept trying to wait for his opportunity, which everyone can know, like in any business, it can get really, I mean, Lefko's still trying to, what is it, be a bodybuilder? What is it, Jamba Juice line manager? Just
Yeah, when Shawne Merriman was over here, we tried to get tips from him. I want
He's
to
a
get
big
bigger.
dude.
Yeah.
Do you really want to get jacked?
Yeah, sure. Want to look like Bob. Get jacked.
Well, we all want to look like Bob.
Do karate.
Yeah. What is the biggest, and then we'll get back into some football talk, but what is the true...
You're wasting your time with me?
No,
Okay,
dude, this is, the fans want to know, the ladies want to know more. How big, if there was like a, I don't know, not like an Ozempic shot, but like something that could truly give you like...
Steroids.
Steroids. You know when I was playing Vince McMahon on Young Rock, The Rock at one point, if I was going to do one more season, and Vince was going to come back, it was going to get into the era where, like, Vince was jacked. And I go, hey, man, I've been, like, I got a trainer, and I tried to get, like, a little bigger, like, and this and that. But, like, and I was taking some protein stuff. But I go, Vince, that wasn't a normal body. So, like, if we do another season, and he was just like, roids, he's like, I got you, brother. And I was like, and he was like, I'm joking. No, he's like, you do whatever you want. And I was like, oh, man. And I told my mom, I was like, I think I'm going to have to, like, shoot up and whatever. And Puddin was not happy. She's like, you can't do that. You only have one body.
Don't do that to Puddin. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
On the update, Lefko, 320. Adam Ray tries to convince me to take steroids.
Oh, perfect. Mark the time, Clip it.
Yeah.
Hey, how did the show go with Cal? We had John Schneider on the next day.
Oh, cool.
Apparently you threw to him to ask a question.
Yeah. Oh, man, it was awesome. Johnny was in the crowd, and we ended the show by going to the crowd and doing I used to do this in the Dr. Phil shows where I do like singing musical crowd work. So, and we had some good fan interaction. We had Julio come out as a surprise guest, and we had this kid Craig and Adrian, who were at the Pike's Fish Market, throw fish into the crowd during Seattle
at the Dr.
at the Phil show. It was it worked great. People go nuts for free shirts at Kraken games, whatever. When you're throwing free 300-pound salmons into the crowd at a theater where Hamilton is coming in like 3 weeks from now, people went bananas, dude. And Julio and Cal were throwing fish in, and so I went to the end of the show, and I was like, let's get questions from the fans. And we got a few questions. There's one woman, I think her name was Judy. She was the first. She waves me over like this. She goes, like my Aunt Shirley, R.I.P., used to like wave down waiters like that. Like, hey, over here. And we always be like, Shirley, we can't take you outside anymore. She's like, it's a Red Robin. No one gives a crap, And so this woman waves me over, and she's like, Cal. She goes, big fan. Where do you live? And Cal's just like, yeah. She's like, yeah. And then I go, geez. I go, hey, what's your PIN number? What's your blood type? I go, easy, lady, And then I kind of like put my hand on her face, like, all right, go to sleep. And then I found a few other people, and then I was going to surprise the crowd, and I go, let's get one more question. Oh, hey, look at this guy. Oh, and we had the camera on it so everybody could see on the screen. And everybody just started going nuts. And I was like, it's Executive of the Year, John Schneider. Yeah. And we're in the middle of a Super Bowl run. So, like, there's no better time to be in Seattle right now. It's awesome. And coming off the heels of the M's and Kraken being cool and Sox maybe coming back, but like M's and Hawks and so everybody goes nuts. And then I go, John, what's your question for Cal? And he told me after, he's like, I didn't know you were going to come to me because I didn't tell him. And he goes, Cal, who's your favorite little rascal, Alfalfa or Spanky? Yeah. And he just quotes Tommy Boy. And I go, all right, John, thanks a lot. Way to make it weird, And Cal, I think Cal was like, obviously Spanky, yeah. Just so big energy.
Cal's so mellow.
He's so mellow.
Yeah. I mean, any reference to like, Chris Farley.
He's got him.
Or
it's impressive.
He loves it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we called the Super Bowl the Catalina wine mixer.
Oh, my God. That's great, dude.
Yeah. Hey, I want to ask you a couple more questions about, I guess we got to get to break. But, can we
keep going?
Side?
Chad Brown.
Okay, really quick.
Oh, cool.
Give us, Sam Darnold, like his dad's like a blue-collar worker, right? And like his background real quick is just very humble, right?
Very humble. I
what
said
kind
this
of student was he?
yeah. Let's see, size 12 shoe. I think he's packing heat. No, he's a redhead. So we love everyone needs a ginger in their entourage. I don't know. He's always. I mean, I was just telling a buddy of mine because everybody wants to know that too, and he does it right as far as like he's starting to warm up more and give you more. And you see some of these clips on the Hawks socials, like at Media Row. He's got a silly side. Like, we were texting after one of the last few games, and I was like, I want to be you when I grow up. And he texts back, he goes, funny, I want to be you when I grow up. Basically taking a shot at my age. I'm like 20 years older than him. And so he's just a guy that you like, he's wears his heart on his sleeve, but he's like, you got to get – some people just need a little bit more reps to, like, let their guard down. Yeah. And I think he's that way. But he is he's all ball and he's all business. And he really – I'll say this. I think it was day one that he got to Seattle. I was getting ready to leave, and I stuck around an extra day to show him and his fiance around a little bit. And he was just so pumped to be there and to, like, have a chance to be the guy, you know, and signing a, you know, more than a one-year deal. And I was just going off on how great the organization was and how cool Seattle is. And it was, like, getting him fired up. And to see it, like, how quickly they all settled in. And, like, Ernest Jones having his back, that should say to you about everything. I think you guys talked about it
everything.
On the greatest show at Radio Row, the Wyman and Bob show, that they didn't have Gino's back this way. They didn't, like, nobody was sticking up for him. There wasn't such a – Macdonald even said to me in preseason before I got in the booth with Rabes and Dave, and I don't think have been asked back, but it was but he said you should roast this team. He goes, it's way better than last year's team as far as, like, connectiveness. He goes, there's no egos, everyone is, like, buddy, and, like, we're seeing that play out, right? Like, the way having people's backs. I mean, again, Dave, you can attest to this, but, like, Jen Mueller sighting is drink 4 if you're playing the Where's Jen Mueller drinking game. Okay. If you see Jen Mueller, you have 4 Zimas right away.
They still make those?
Yeah. Wow, shots fired at Zima, Bobby.
Are they still there?
You know, what is it? What is the thing if you get, is it like you get iced, Norm? If, like, somebody, if you give someone a Zima. Great, we can't hear you, Norm. Thanks, Norm. Yeah.
Let's go get nervous over here.
Okay, we got to go to break. Let me make a prediction for you, though.
Yes.
I have been quietly confident. I've been talking to some people that are Pats fans. I made a bet on McAfee Show with Boston Connor that the winner has to fly the other person to their city and take them to dinner. Wow. So I already got a lot of great places for you in L.A. or Seattle. Yeah. And he goes, if I have to go to Seattle, I'll slip my wrist. I go, well, I can tell your folks where the funeral is going to be then. And then I go, thanks for giving me a location. But I think I think our D is just too fast and too quick. I think Drake Maye, I know he's, like, slippery out of the pocket. That's what she said. But he definitely is going to be rattled, I think, early on, and I don't think Peyton Manning rattled, but I think we're looking at 28-10, or we're looking at 34-9. You heard it here first.
All right,
beat
there
down.
you go.
I love it.
Adam
Go
Ray,
Hawks.
everybody, you know him, you love him. We appreciate you, brother.
I love you guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Love you, man.
Next time you see Lefko, it'll be 390 pounds.
A pure muscle.
Pure muscle.
All right, there you go. Adam Ray, everybody. Coming up, former Seahawks all over the place. We'll catch up with one of the 50 greatest of all time in that organization, Chad Brown, going to join us on set next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks of the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 6 with bonus coverage 6 to 8.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Well, for those of you out there struggling with your vision, farsighted, nearsighted, you have readers with you at all times. I was that guy, and I just got tired of it, and I know a lot of you have. Let me tell you what you get. When you add King LASIK and K2 Vision together, you get freedom vision for every stage of life. LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE adds on extra freedom from readers and cataracts. And I was just done with readers, taking them into restaurants and stores so I could read menus and labels. Tired of it. And RLE has changed my life. And I know it'll do the same for you if you struggle with distance vision, up close, whatever it is you need reading glasses. K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution. And the best part is you'll never develop a cataract. With over 250,000 procedures done, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. Whether it's LASIK, Evo ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Olympic Hot Tub is celebrating Seattle's championship football team and the big game day ahead with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Get champion-level wellness at huge savings. Score big on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges. Hey, it's Ryan Nolan-Smith. Let's make wellness and feeling terrific part of your everyday game plan. Don't let the clock run out. These winning deals end Sunday. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction. Lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Get ready, because it's here. The first huge public online auction of the year from James G. Murphy Company, February 5th through 10 a.m. Thursday, February the 12th. We're stacked and packed with a vast assortment of heavy construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and more, like 17 excavators, 6 dozers, including a 2012 John Deere 700K XLT, 4 wheel loaders, a grader, a 2021 Kenworth T270 propane delivery truck, a 2023 Volvo Auto Transporter, 6 Peterbilt 567 tractors, 6 dump trucks, forklifts, boom lifts, loaders, graders, and utility trucks. But wait, there's more. Like over 100 unused gas-powered excavators, flatbed trucks, and on and on. We are on fire with gear. Preview all items Tuesday and Wednesday, February 10th and 11th at our location in Marysville. Do not miss the first huge public online auction of the new year. Check MurphyAuction.com for all details. MurphyAuction.com.
This hour of Wyman and Bob is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are live on Radio Row out here in San Francisco, getting you prepped and ready for the Seahawks and the New England Patriots. And we get a chance to speak to one of the greats, Dave. One of the 50
Top
greatest,
50, man.
as a matter of fact. How about that? Guy who's got a very unique job these days, outside of tackling people and hurting quarterbacks. He's messing with reptiles and all that. You know him. He is Chad Brown. How are you, man?
I am fantastic, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're at the Super Bowl. Seahawks are on the verge of a victory, I think, and just feeling good about things.
It's been an amazing run, and I didn't think things could turn around as quickly as they have. I didn't think he could build a defense as quickly as they have. And I have to admit, I was like most folks. I didn't think Sam Darnold could put together the season that he had. So I'm not shocked that the Seahawks are here. I trust in John Snyder. I just didn't think it would happen as quickly as it has.
Yeah, I think lots of trust for John Schneider. But, man, on the offensive side, I mean, somebody asked me what's great about Clint Kubiak. I said he coaches fast because, like, they just total teardown on offense. And they're able to get it done with Sam Darnold. I mean, and, you know, unfortunately now he's probably going to be poached.
Right.
So that's the cost of doing business, right?
Cost of being successful, for sure.
Exactly. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. What was your honest assessment? Like, how, you know, what do you think? What did you think their record would be? Because I was kind of hesitant with all of the new changes and new moving parts on offense.
Well, we saw, you know, some good for the most part last year from Sam Darnold with the Vikings, and then it wasn't so good at the end.
Yeah.
And it was, okay, well, has the league caught up to him? Is there something in his game that's structurally wrong that people are going to be able to replicate this season? Right. And so I was concerned about that. So because of that, I thought maybe 10-7, 11-6, somewhere around there. But Sam Darnold, outside of the first Rams game, there's been a couple other multiple turnover games. But outside of that, has been cleaner and sharper. And I've yet to see him on the sideline saying he's seeing ghosts as he did in Minnesota, which is the most important part because no one's ever played a perfect game. Right. But your ability to move on to the next play is probably one of the most important things you can do as a player because bad stuff's going to happen on the field. You're going to make mistakes.
And you're going to get beat.
And you're going to get beat. But what's the most important play of the game? The next play. Because if you're thinking back about the last one, now you allowed one bad play turn into two bad plays. Then two bad plays into a bad series. And the bad series into a bad quarter. Then it's a bad half. Then you had a whole bad game. And it all started with that one bad play. Right. So Sam Darnold has gained the ability to move past those bad plays, which I think is critical whether you're playing cornerback or you're playing quarterback.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like you should have been a coach. I feel like I want to go run through a wall right now. Hey, you've had a lot of success in your career as a player, and obviously you've got a defensive mind looking at the game. How much would you have liked to play for a guy like Mike Macdonald, just seeing how he does things and that defensive approach to everything?
I always look at the game through a defensive lens. Now, I do broadcast games, NFL and college games on radio, so I'm forced to look at it through the quarterback lens. But it usually takes me like 3 or 4 plays to go, oh, right, I'm not supposed to look at the linebackers. I'm supposed to be talking about the quarterback here. Yeah. So I've been doing this for almost 10 years and still catches me like 3 plays in. Oh, right, I'm just not watching tape all alone. But I say all that to say I've watched the Ravens play when he was coaching the Ravens. And his defensive style, his ability to simplify the complex schemes and make them easier for everybody to digest. Because as a coach, sometimes I think guys can get so into the schematic X's and O's of it all, you don't realize that it's got to be human beings on the field to execute this. So his ability to, lack of a better word, translate that to guys where they can play fast and they can execute is awesome. And his ability to bring pressure in so many different ways and bring different guys, that keeps things interesting and exciting. You would be shocked to hear, even though I love rushing the quarterback, I also love dropping back in coverage as a surprise. Maybe I can steal an interception. Maybe I can get a hit on a crossing route or something underneath. So the ability to be asked to do so many different things, it's got to make it fun. It's got to make it engaging. And that's how you maximize what the guys can do on the football field.
Definitely a coach. Definitely a coach.
I'm telling you, man.
The 50 anniversary and the 50 top players, I thought was so well done. It was, they got the right players from, the right eras. And, I was telling you that, like, Edwin Bailey and Brian Millard were so important to that offense, and they were on that list. But just tell us about that weekend, how cool that was for you.
Oh, my goodness. I've long known the Seahawks were a first-class organization. But once you have an event like that and you see the detail and the care, not just in selecting the team, but trying to make sure we were well accommodated, all the events over the course of the weekend, it was amazing. I actually brought my top 50 jacket here to the game for this week.
It's a cool jacket.
It's an amazing jacket. Yeah. I'm a little jealous of guys like Walter Jones and Steve Largent, because on the left sleeve of the jacket is where all your honors are listed. Yeah. So I got a couple of Pro Bowls and All-Pro patches. They've got Hall of Fame patches, and they've got All-Century team patches and All-Decade team patches. But, again, the Seahawks did a tremendous job, and I'm not sure if today's players are as in tune with the past and history, maybe of guys like you and I are. So I knew about those guys. I never met them when I was a Seahawk player, but it was wonderful to see guys of the previous eras be honored, because sometimes in football I think we are so slavish to the recent past, but to see those guys who certainly were all-time great Seahawks be honored and be included in the weekend, it made it even more special.
Yeah. But for you, when it first went up and everybody was voting on it, were you sort of sheepish, or were you like, man, I deserve to be in that 50? I mean, it's what a huge honor, obviously. But when it first got proposed out there and people are voting on it, how did you feel about it?
I try to walk through life as humbly as I can.
Yeah.
That way I don't get disappointed too often. But I played 15 years. And I think the fact that I moved around as much as I did, and I got to the Seahawks at a time before things began to really get good, some of my career is overlooked and overshadowed. And so if I had stayed in, say, Pittsburgh for all 15 years, as a Steeler linebacker, as a Steeler, you're football royalty.
Yeah.
As a Steeler linebacker, you're definitely football royalty. Steeler linebackers make Pro Bowls every year. I probably could be wearing a gold jacket if I had stayed there. If I had been in Seattle with some of the good times that happened after I left, those kind of things would be a possibility. But I also have to recognize that when you move around as much, and this is something I got when I was a Seahawk player, and it probably wouldn't be the case now because the Seahawks are obviously in the Super Bowl and have had such a great recent history. I would run into people at the airport, and they would say, "Hey, man, I remember you from the Steelers. Are you still playing?" And I would say, "Yeah, I made the Pro Bowl this year. I'm still playing." Oh, because, the Seahawks weren't on Sunday Night Football. They weren't on Monday Night Football. So those kinds of things can create a narrative of maybe being overlooked that I still carry with me to this day. But I'm certainly proud of what I put on the field as a Seahawk, and very proud to be a top 50 guy.
Well, and you're not forgotten out here. Seattle fans love you. By the way, I was just talking about his business working with reptiles, which he's done for a long time, and snakes and everything. I said, "Have you been bitten?" He goes, "Of course." I'm like, "Oh, jeez."
Dude, that would be it for me. I don't care if it was a garter snake. I'd be done.
Well, obviously, when you are breeding snakes, you're going to have lots of babies, and those babies need to be sometimes assisted, being fed or helping with their first sheds or two. And also when you need to sex them so you can tell whether they're male or female. And so this little baby snake, all they know is you're this big giant hand reaching into a cage, and it has to assume from a nature perspective, it's coming to eat me.
Yeah.
So they're going to respond by biting you. I try not to get bit by adults, but as a breeder, I've bit by babies probably a couple thousand times over the course of the
and he
reptile
meant
breeding
adult
career.
snakes, not adult people. But that too.
Yeah. Chad, awesome to talk to you, man. Really cool. I know Seattle Seahawks fans love hearing from you again. Maybe you didn't spend your career all in one spot, but you made a mark out here in Seattle, and the fans love you.
I'm incredibly proud of being a Seattle Seahawk. My kids grew up in that time, so their best memories of me playing football was being in Seattle, living in Kirkland, all that kind of stuff. So it's a very fond part of my football heart being a Seahawk. Thank you for having me on.
We appreciate you. There you go. The legend Chad Brown spending some time with us. All of our coverage this week is powered by WGU. Could one play have really changed the entire course of the Seahawks season? We'll get into that in What If Wednesday with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care.
We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hey, here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being a lot warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. And the guys came by, Nick and Ray. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. And Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out, as I mentioned, plus they're truly beautiful windows. And I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured right here in the Pacific Northwest, and it's exclusive to Harley Exteriors. And right now, Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second one 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and they'll also take an additional $200 off your project. So call 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com. If you're going to do it right with Harley Exteriors. Schedule your free consultation today at harleyexteriors.com.
Dealing with divorce and custody issues can be terrifying and very lonely, but you don't need to face it alone. Goldberg Jones has been helping Northwest husbands and fathers for more than 30 years. Thousands of men have put their trust in us. You can too. Learn more at goldbergjones.com.
P&D Tree Service, experts in local tree removal. Their team works fast to remove problem trees in your yard and neighborhood. Have you ever seen a tree removed by a crane? P&D Tree Services specializes in close-quarter tree removal to minimize impact on your landscaping. 24-hour emergency service. Any job, big or small. Safe, efficient, and fast. P&D Tree Service turns multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. Enjoy a clean, safe, and bright yard. PNDTreeService.com.
If you actually are the person that will take care of them after the fact, if you actually will be there for them, if you will pick up your phone, then they come back to you.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang!
It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here. For my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. That's my friends online at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with people come first.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
What? It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
It is What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. Today's big what if question, Dave. What if the Seahawks hadn't come back to beat the Rams on that Thursday night in that shootout? How different would things be for the team? Or maybe more specifically, how different would things be for Sam Darnold?
Yeah, I would say this team is still, very solid in its core and everything, but I was convinced we were going to lose that game. I mean, you're down 14 points, and they were just owning us and just going up and down the field. So, but, look, if you don't win that one, I guess, you don't get the confidence and everything of knowing that you can do that, because that one was also like an offensive shootout. But I think that we still climb back into because, we would have had a different there's Doug Flutie, by the way.
Yeah,
Flutie sighting.
He got dressed up to come out here.
Yeah, no, he's got a T-shirt on. I like him for that. I think it's a Bud Light T-shirt. But I feel like they still are going to do some damage. But they would have ended up playing if they were in different brackets. Depends on the seeding. But I still think those are the two best teams in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean,
no question.
NFC title game could have been in L.A., which that's
not
the
much
thing.
of an advantage, right?
Well, I was going to say, I think the Seahawks still would have had the advantage because they still would have had more fans there.
Right.
And that's not, I'm not even kidding. I think if, hypothetically, if that game had taken place, NFC title game in L.A., I feel like it would have been at least a 60-40 split in favor of the Seahawks. Yeah. The Rams just do not have a passionate fan base. And that's not a shot on the ones that are fans, but you see it every weekend. Every home game for them you see on TV, you see the opposing team, especially if it's a team like the Seahawks, like the Steelers, like the Cowboys, like the Raiders, anybody that's got a long-standing fan base, they just overrun that stadium. And we talked about the game out here where we often, the 49ers, they, kudos to them. You see a lot of 49ers gear when they play here in Seattle. We saw a lot of Bills gear here in Seattle. I saw a handful. I could count on one hand how many people I saw wearing Rams gear for the NFC title game in Seattle.
No, it was ridiculous. So, the one that stood out to me the most was last year against Pittsburgh. It was just if you didn't know better, you would have thought they were in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So going on the road there, not much of a daunting task. But what happens on the field is different. So how many times out of 10, if the Seahawks and Rams played, I feel it would be 6-4.
Yeah.
Like in favor of the Seahawks, but
I think just top to bottom, the Seahawks are a better team overall. They have better players at certain spots than the Seahawks do. Seahawks have better players at certain spots, but just in totality, top to bottom, Seahawks are just the better team. So, yeah, I'd say at least six out of the 10. Yeah. All right, coming up, what does a former NFL GM think about this Seahawks team and how it's constructed? We'll ask Mike Tannenbaum about that. He's going to join us next here from Radio Row in San Francisco. It's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
The one-hander, JSN!
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
We're all getting excited about the big game, and when it comes to football, one of the most important things to think about is snacks. Dave Wyman here, and make sure to put Daisy Sour Cream Dips on your list. Daisy Sour Cream Dips are so creamy and so flavorful that you would swear they were made from scratch. That's because they're made with ingredients you can actually find in your kitchen. No preservatives and no artificial ingredients. They're great with chips, wings, and vegetables. So look for delicious Daisy French onion dip and creamy ranch dip at your local grocery store.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the roads you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included in every tire we sell. It's more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's all about you getting more from less. Stop by or book an appointment at leschwab.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar
Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
4 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Wabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Frank Reich, last head coach of the Indianapolis Colts from 2018 through 2022, and then the Carolina Panthers in 2023, is now back at it in the NFL, but not as a head coach. He's going to partner up with the New York Jets, announced the hiring of Reich today, 8 days after firing offensive coordinator Tanner Ekstrand. He'll be the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets, trying to get that sinking ship turned around. So we'll see if he's got more luck than basically anybody else that ever goes through that organization. Although Floyd Mayweather Jr. has made hundreds of millions of dollars during his pro boxing career and topped the Forbes list as highest paid athlete from 2012 to 2014, he said he's been shortchanged and filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against Showtime, looking to recover, as they say in quotes, hundreds of millions of dollars in misappropriated funds and damages resulting from a long-running and elaborate scheme of financial fraud, breaches of fiduciary duty, and conspiracy orchestrated by Floyd Mayweather's former manager and advisor Al Heyman.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Well, we continue live from Radio Row, getting set for the Seahawks and the New England Patriots. And Dave, we get a chance to speak to an expert mind in this game, a man who's known what it is to run an organization as a GM. Now he's on our side of things. He's looking at it from the media point of view. NFL analyst Mike Tannenbaum is with us. How are you?
Doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing great. And it's probably less pressure on this side, right?
I haven't lost a game in a number of years, so it's a good feeling.
Do you still look at it with GM eyes in terms of like, this guy doesn't fit. I would get this kind of player in this system, and I would have gone with this kind of guy in this system. Do you analyze it that way?
Yeah, you have to, and I feel like I'm very privileged to do it now for ESPN. So try to follow all the teams, all the moves, and so when my numbers call, I could give hopefully a reasoned opinion.
Talk to us a little bit about John Schneider's pretty obvious success in being executive of the year, and just some of the things that you like about what he does.
Yeah, I've been friends with John longer than probably him and I want to admit, and I think it goes back to his roots in Green Bay, and when they drafted guys like Aaron Brooks and Matt Hasselbeck and Aaron Rodgers, and comes out here, Tavares Jackson, Matt Flynn, a little bumpy, then they draft Russell Wilson, and I think that same mindset applied to, hey, we're going to move on from Geno Smith, a good quarterback by any standard, and hey, let's go get Sam Darnold. So I think John's mindset has probably been refined and changed a little bit over the years, but at its core, it's really been what he learned in Green Bay and has had, an incredible run out here.
How tough is it to hit as often as he seems to have, A, in the draft, and then B, just bringing in people like Ernest Jones as a centerpiece now of this team, and picking up people, I mean, even years of Quandre Diggs for a 5th-round pick, impact guys on this team, and having rookies come in and contribute like Nick Emanwari, Devin Witherspoon, people like that.
Yeah, and I thought the way Emanwari handled the Rick Mullen thing, like it was clear that he showed leadership, which really said a lot as a rookie. And I think it's just their process and their system. You know, there's great alignment between him and Coach Macdonald. And I think just Emanwari is a really great example of like trade up for a player, have a vision. And what I love about them is, you know, they lead the league in cover 2. So really what they're trying to do is we're going to get there with 4. They got 4 pass rushers that have 6 or more sacks. And then Ernest Jones and Nick Emanwari is going to clean up everything in the middle. And they got Witherspoon, Julian Love, and Reek Woolen, and Kobe Bryant, which is a great secondary. So all 3 levels make plays for them, and that's rare. So they're well coached, they got good talent, and there's no surprise they're in the Super Bowl.
When you think about the Seahawks defense, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Is it the versatility, or?
I think they could get there with 4 and play. They have the ability to play man, but they play a lot of zone. And they don't miss a lot of tackles. They don't have a lot of penalties. They don't beat themselves. And, you know, the old, like, Coach Belichick thing, like, let's make that offense execute 12, 14 plays, drive after drive. It's hard to do that, you know, be it penalties or whatever. So they can bring pressure, and the fact that they could get there with 4 is so, so important.
How surprising is it they've been able to do what they've done offensively, considering it was a complete teardown? New quarterback, new coordinator, new line coach, new receivers.
Yeah, so a couple things. I think, first of all, Darnold has gotten better. Like the turnovers, it's not perfect, but I think it's gotten better. You know, when Charbonneau was healthy, you have a great 1-2 punch with him and Walker. I can't believe how many people have asked me what they're going to do like on 3rd and 1 at the goal line. Like, you know, that was a play that was like, you know, so irrelevant. Offensive line was built well. You know, Lucas and Cross, like those guys were at the right time. Bring in a guy like Zabel. But what I like is like Smith and Jigba is a 1, and he creates production. You know, Cooper Kupp's obviously close to the end, but when you double Smith and Jigba, that gives Rashid Shaheed a 1-on-1. We saw that in the championship game. Like, you got 1-on-1, you know, call an audible. He's going to win that matchup. Like, that's smart football. Like, you're changing the math. Like, that's like what's hard for people to understand. Like, no one's going to talk about Jackson Smith and Jigba on that play, but I promise you, if you went into Chris Shula, the defensive coordinator of the Rams during that week, they were never going to single up, you know, with their corners. They were never going to let you Smith and Jigba 1-on-1. Now you take Rashid Shaheed, let him run a go pattern against, you know, when you're singled. Like, that's great, great math. That's like a great opportunity to have an explosive play.
How is it going to go for us with losing Clint Kubiak? Like, how many assistants do guys usually take with them?
Well, you know, you go back a year ago, you lose Ryan Grubb, obviously for other reasons. And, you know, that's like a tax you pay for success. And, you know, the great teams have the next guy and the next guy and the next guy. No one's done a better job of that than, you know, Sean McVay. You know, it seems like every year, you know, he's going to lose a guy, and then they got Nate Shellhouse coming up, or, you know, Denver, they moved on, and they'll promote Davis Webb into, you know, a play call. And I think as Mike Macdonald gets more entrenched in the job, I think you're going to see more of like sort of like development from within, and he's a byproduct of that from, you know, Baltimore.
Do you think it's, we've talked about potentially Rick Dennison being a guy who's in the building that could fit the job, but he's older, and it seems like the flavor of the month or the thing to do is to get that young mind, the Clint Kubiak, the Sean McVay, the Ben Johnson, all these guys. Which avenue do you think is better, or is it individual based on the organization?
I think it's both. I think it's win for today and develop for tomorrow. So if Rick Dennison's a placeholder for a year or two, like, you're going to get really good line play. You're going to get play action. You're going to get the outside zone. You know, Rick goes back to the, you know, Denver and the Mike Shanahan. And a lot of people play that because they know on the other side it's really hard to defend. So if you have to develop another guy, a quarterback coach, like, that's what you're seeing. Like, again, going back to the Rams, like Shillhouse is moving up because LaFleur's out. You know, like, and you could sort of like win and develop. Like, both those things could be true.
You know, instead of complaining about the price of tickets, I would just go back and look at, like, I've been, I was part of the NFL for 9 years, and, back in the 80s and 90s, I never thought it would get to this. But I mean, an indication is that, it's $3,000, $4,000 a ticket. It's incredible what the NFL has done over the years, especially coming to an event like this.
Yeah, I think what's a really interesting aspect I was reading about how the college football championship against Miami, Indiana 2 weeks ago was the highest rating television event, non-NFL, since Game 7 of the World Series, like in 2016. So not only is pro football the most popular sport in our country, college football is the second most popular sport. And that, to me, is what's really remarkable.
Do you like the international games and the push to create more international games? If you were still a GM or a player, do you think it's good?
Yeah, and I played in a lot of them. Look, we're here to serve the fans and to grow the game. And the revenues of what the players are making today those seeds were sown a long time ago. And I think there's an obligation on today's current player to help grow the game for the next generation.
So I was a linebacker, so I get kind of cranky when some of these penalties are called. And I think I've earned that right, being around the NFL for a long time. I have the right to complain. But they understand that the risk and the violence and things like that is still what sort of, they don't want to say that, but that sort of drives the game. Yep. And that drives the popularity, right? Yeah, and I think the officiating is always going to be a challenge, and I think you have to look at it and say, okay, are we better off just going more to replay and officiating it virtually, or are we going to live with the, to me, you go back to that Buffalo-Denver game, I thought that was a catch. I thought it was control, and, and I think that's part of, the allure of our sport. It's such a debatable thing, right? And people love debates, but I think philosophically, are we going to rely on technology, or are we going to rely on humans and knowing there's going to be human error?
Hey, looking at this matchup, where do the Seahawks have the advantage? Where do you think the Patriots have the advantage?
Yeah, well, New England, for whatever reason, is terrible in the red zone. They're second worst in the league, and I think they're worst in goal-to-goal situations, so that should be a big advantage for Seattle. And I think New England's run defense, to me, that's where the game's going to be won or lost. Can they make Seattle one-dimensional? Milton Williams has been a great addition to New England. They're really good against the run, and I think that's going to be where this game is won or lost.
Who do you like?
31-27 Seattle. If you were a Boston Radio State, no, I'm just kidding.
It'd be the same score, different.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a really good game. Really well-coached teams, evenly matched. Should be a great game.
Well, you're a big gambler. You know what the spread is, right? Yeah. 4.5. So you're saying they're not going to beat the spread?
Well, is that what the spread is?
It was. I don't know. He's joking. We appreciate you, man. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
There you go. There's Mike Tannenbaum, who former GM, now an analyst out there. Very, very direct, incisive thoughts on this. He's on the Seahawks side of things, as everybody we've spoken to is at this point. By the way, all of our coverage this week is powered by WGU. So it's been a crazy, hectic day out of the gates here. We've had, it feels like somebody in just about every segment we've had a guest.
I know, and we were sitting here talking to Chad Brown, and somebody walks by and looks over and nods and smiles, and I'm like, who is that? And by the time he got past the little screens we have with Seattle Sports 710 AM, I was like, that's Luke Wilson.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Luke.
Yeah.
Like, the guy that waved and actually was that excited to see you guys.
Yeah.
You're like, nah. You're like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Lefko figured if he were that excited to see us, he wasn't to anybody. So
that's right.
He's like, oh, that's somehow a fan got in here. That's not somebody we want to
Usually
talk
when
to.
people come up like that, they don't know you're even on the air. Remember?
Yeah,
so they're like trying to wave. So corner of my eye, I didn't see who it was. I thought he was trying to get
the
for an autograph.
is.
Yeah.
So Luke Wilson, I remember one of my neighbors, and it was her and her son. They went down to the Seahawks to get and hang out outside the facility to get autographs, and they were in the wrong spot. So Luke Wilson comes up, pulls up, and says, hey, I'll sign an autograph for you if you want, but you're much better off if you go back there, and gave her directions of where to go and signs of everything. And I'm like, this is a great dude here. And he proved to be that way. So, yeah, Luke Wilson's rambling around here somewhere. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him. But this is kind of fun.
Yeah,
Just sitting here and watch people watch. It's better than the airport.
Well, it's funny to see the crowds swarm over certain people. Like Jackson Dart was just in front of us at a set doing something, and all of a sudden there's just a mob of cameras around the set, and I'm going, you're trying to peer through the crowd to see who are they looking at?
Yeah.
What's all the fuss about? And it was Jackson Dart. I don't know. He was doing something for DraftKings, but you're getting everybody who's not involved in the Super Bowl, obviously, out here, whether they're retired or they're current players like Bryce Young, who we spoke to, doing things for Bounty, and Jackson Dart out here. And I know Terrell Owens was out here. And you see, we just saw Doug Flutie hobble by the way. He doesn't seem to be moving that great.
What's that thing he's promoting? Nugenics or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know if it's working on his legs. Because
he says it works in the bedroom.
All right. Well, I'll take his word on that.
Maybe not in the weight room.
I'll take his word on that. But he's not. I don't know. I know quarterbacks get hit, but they're not like running backs and linebackers and linemen. You know, they're hit the least outside of kickers and punters. So it's always interesting when you see one that looks like they're little beat up.
The only thing is, I think the unexpected hits maybe count for a little bit more.
Certainly, and I know he took some hits.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's never been hit.
No, I know.
The accumulation is usually what you see with some.
Yeah, but it's not like he's an O-lineman that's constantly butting heads with somebody every play. So, but, I think when you know it's coming, you can kind of brace for it a little bit. But, I mean, I remember playing against him. He actually was with the Patriots in 1988, I think it was, and he was a quick little dude. I think he snuck under a tackle that I thought I had. Yeah.
He's a little guy, but he got by you.
It was at the point where, he only got an extra yard and a half instead of what he used to get, later in his career.
Yeah.
So you just, it's like Night of 1,000 Stars out here.
Yeah, in case you guys just tuned in and haven't heard, we've had a lot of guests roll through here. We opened the show with Ricardo Lockette. We had Shawne Merriman, former NFL superstar who's now in the world of MMA, not fighting. He's running a promotion. Dan Orlovsky was with us. We had our buddy Adam Ray, who's out there doing Rich Eisen. He's doing Pat McAfee's show, and he was kind enough to do our show. He's with the big shots now. Chad Brown, one of the 50 greatest Seahawks of all time, was with us. Mike Tannenbaum, and you don't know who's going to be walking around next.
Yep.
We'll see who's coming up next. But if you guys missed any of those conversations, you can find them on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, and click on that. Everything will be waiting for you right there after the show. And you can click subscribe. That way, if you forget, one day you get busy, can't listen to the show, it shows up for you. You don't have to do anything, and it's totally free. So a beautiful thing out there. But
Bob, every time you do that, every day, it makes it sound, this is a compliment, huge compliment. It makes it sound like I could even do it.
You could do it, Dave.
All right.
I have
appreciate that.
100% belief in your ability to get that done without question. Lefko's looking at you, giving the side eye like.
I don't know. I mean, I got a phone call this morning. Hey, how do we get there? Where is it?
Well, to be fair, we've never been here, so you left early.
And how did I get here? I used technology, but all right. I was the direction.
Mine was pointing the wrong way. In the beginning where it says you're pointing this way and you're not, and I'm like, okay, I went half a block the wrong way, turned around. And then I just called Bob.
That reminds me of when we were walking the streets of New York together at the Super Bowl, and Dave was regaling me with tales about how his sense of direction as a kid was always phenomenal. And then as we were chatting, we both look around and go, where the hell are we? And no, we got to go back this way. And we walk one block the wrong way, and then we go the other way, and that's the wrong way. We were lost.
We've been past this building before. Yeah.
We were lost on the heels of him boasting of his directional abilities. It was good.
Yeah, I could, it was the tree with the eagle on it. That was out in the woods where we were. So buildings don't work for me. But, there's a few things that kind of stand out so far. And I thought what Shawne Merriman said about, more defensive specialist head coaches.
Yeah.
And I think that just clicked with me, not just because I'm a defensive player, but, if you're that kind of guy, I think that's the most physical side of the ball. Mm-hmm. That's where you want to be physical. You want to have that kind of violence. And Mike Macdonald has talked about that. But then, and then you go, your offensive specialist is your coordinator, like Clint Kubiak, and just the way they have this team built. And that's why, the closer we get to the Super Bowl, the more I am bummed that I think, we think Clint Kubiak's going to be gone. It's like a foregone conclusion. And that kind of bothers me. But I do think that's a great idea. I mean, I think that, mostly it's offensive geniuses that are, becoming these head coaches like Ben Johnson and Sean McVay. But now, if the trend starts to go that way, I think it's, we always say it's a copycat league.
Yeah.
So, but I thought that was particularly interesting. I thought Dan Orlovsky saying our run game is slow.
That's the one I was asking
Kinda
you about,
interesting.
because that's a critique I've never heard of really any team. And he wasn't talking about, oh, your backs are slow, you don't have any fast running backs. He was talking like the play developing is slow. They're slow to the line, like it allows penetration from the defense. He made it sound like their run plays are slow to develop.
Yeah.
And I had never really heard that about any team before. That was an interesting critique.
Well, and you would think that what would go along with that, the proof would be tackles for loss.
Yeah.
And, I just kind of going off my memory and then trying to find, whatever stat. And there's nothing really that stands out as far as that goes. So I don't know. That one was kind of weird. I mean, I think he knows football, no question. Backup quarterbacks are always just, they're always the smartest football guys, it seems like.
Because they have a lot of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're sitting there and they got to learn the game by watching video and the chalkboard or whatever, and studying, because you're not getting a lot of reps. That's like they used to say about Russell Wilson, that he was a terrible first-string quarterback to be behind because he wanted all the reps. Yeah. I don't blame him. He wanted 90%, 95% of the reps because he wants to go out there and, you only have so many reps, but that just leaves your backup quarterback having to study much harder. So yeah, I mean, I respect that, but we probably should have pressed him on that. Like, what do you mean by that? And I think he had some kind of explanation, but the run game has done nothing but go up as far as quality this whole year. It was just incrementally went, the first few weeks didn't really see anything, but then second half of the season is where it really started to climb up. And then now going into the playoffs, I mean, what do we have, 4 games in a row with an average of 170 yards?
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, and maybe that's just him looking for, because I asked him, give me the weakness of the Seahawks,
Right.
give me the weakness of the Patriots, and maybe you're kind of you're kind of grasping at something with the Seahawks. Not that they're a perfect team, because they're not, and certainly they're more than capable of making mistakes like any other team. But there's not an obvious flaw to the way the team is constructed right now. I mean, we've just talked about it. The run game has come to life. The O-line obviously is a big part of that. The passing game, you got the top wide receiver in the NFL. Sam Darnold would be the one guy we talked about coming into this game and into the postseason that was the unknown to people, or the one thing they would criticize as a weakness, look at as a weakness. And then after that Rams game, even that's dialed back a bit. So I think, I'm not saying he's grasping at straws. I think he believes what he was saying about the run game. But it was an interesting comment. I didn't quite understand what he was talking about with that. But to me, that just says, hey, it's hard to find a hole with this team.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, it's just gotten better and better. So, but yeah, I mean, that's fine. He's, sitting there looking at tape. He's obviously played quarterback and knows, run game intimately. So, interesting opinion. It just kind of stood out to me.
Yeah. For a coach like Mike Macdonald, having too much time to prepare is a challenge in itself. We'll dive into what he's up against coming up next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Radio Row out here in San Francisco, on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. It is Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Nothing more annoying than having to have a pair of readers with you at all times, whether it's just to go into a restaurant to read a menu, to read labels on products, to see a scoreboard, whatever your issue is with your vision, you want to get rid of the readers. It's a pain, right? I know that. I got tired of it. That's why I went to K2 Vision for RLE, and it was a life-changing thing. King LASIK and K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts, and refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE adds an extra freedom from readers and cataracts. So if you're like me and you're just done with readers having to be everywhere you are, this is the best decision I've made, and I think you'll feel exactly the same way. If you struggle with small print or distance vision and you need those reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect and permanent solution. And the best part is you'll never develop a cataract. With over 250,000 procedures done, Dr. Kopstein and Dr. King are two of the most experienced vision correction surgeons in America. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors out there with all of the data to recommend the very best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. That's k2visionrle.com.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen every day to the Bump and Stacy Show for headline rewrites. Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services. Security systems and fire alarms for every business. Bay Alarm, we got you.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the game, Seattle Sports.
We are live on Radio Row out here in San Francisco. Watching Mike Lefkoe just power through a sandwich here.
Yeah, have we talked about our sandwich experience yet?
He didn't really have to go through that. He was
Yeah,
up here working feverishly, and we were standing in line for
Putting the
what
show
felt like
together.
days for a sandwich that ultimately, I don't know, did they make his right? Was his
Yeah,
correct?
actually they got it right, which I told Mike, I was like, there is a 0% chance they got these orders right.
And
But-
they screwed yours up?
Not really,
Oh.
actually.
Well,
So,
all right.
but
I was shorted 2 inches.
Right.
It's a story of Bob's life. Yeah, I mean, and then the bread really wasn't that good. It actually hurt the roof of my mouth. How about you? Do you get through it okay, Mike?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not soft, so.
Yeah.
it tastes
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
Oh, geez, you buy him a sandwich and this is what you get. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, we'll expect
Maybe
that.
they understood that I cherish food, and they had to make mine well. We're screwing up. So.
Yeah. No, it was really just a, you know what, a blank show.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, honestly, it was like 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. So yeah, that was a pain in the butt. Only bad experience we've had down here though. So been great, and it's really fun to just sit here off to the side and watch, different celebrities and big shots go by. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to point him out to Lefkoe, who I think that might be Greg Cosell.
It does.
I think.
It is.
I think that's Greg Cosell there.
Yeah.
Walking by. So just pointing out different people walking by, see if, wrangle them over here, see who wants to stop by. But meanwhile, Mike Macdonald was speaking with the press and talking about some different things he's got to face out there, and admits that the biggest challenge for him right now is not overthinking things so much with so much time to prepare.
I think the biggest challenge is we have too much time. Yesterday was a dark day, just kind of going in and out of rabbit holes, and but I think the important part is like how well we can streamline it for our guys. Make sure we're always in our wheelhouse about what we execute, what we do well. And when you have extra time, that's hard because we're trying to find solutions and trying to find answers for our guys. But sometimes you just gotta shut up and let the guys go play.
See, that's what I love about him is he seems very self-aware. He seems like he'd be open to one of his coaches going, "Hey, Mike, coach, let's just do what we do here. Let's not get too into the weeds on this whole thing." And he acknowledges that it's hard not to go down that hole, if you will. So I think that's part of the strength that he's got, and more importantly, maybe some of the people he's surrounded himself with to sort of keep him in check in a situation that as big as this, where it could get away from you. You could try to do too much and try to get too fast. Okay, what about this? What about? And I think as long as he comes after this the way he does every other week throughout the season, he's fine.
Yeah, I get that it's new, for him, and it's all this stuff is new. But the way he's handled everything this year, it's kind of like, we talk about Sam Darnold. Like, the question has been asked and answered. And I think it's the same thing for Mike with, what about this? This is new territory. How are you going to handle this? How are you going to handle the bye week? And, they had essentially two extra bye weeks because of the playoffs. I think those questions and those worries have been answered. He's fine. we did not care. I mean, that says it all. It was just all about it's about us. So I think, as far as his ability to prepare for the biggest game, I think those questions have been answered. And you can hear it from the players, and they're like, it's not even a thing. I mean, we're not even really talking about that because we're putting our head down and just doing what we always do. It's obviously the game has a little bit more to it, but it's still just football practice, and it's still a trip on the road, which they've done very, very well with this year.
Yeah, and he's, I don't know, he just, what I do like that I think he'd pay extra attention to is the defense in that Rams game. Like, all right, let me, not that he didn't do it after the first or the last meeting of the regular season, but all right, that's twice. I could just see it bugging him. Yeah, we won both games, but it bothers me that happened to our defense. What went wrong? And if I'm Mike Vrabel, what am I looking at? Right. What's going to be obvious to Mike Vrabel when they look at this tape and they're going to try to mimic? Right. And I feel like he's going to be laser focused on that. I just have a very strong feeling he's looking at, with that defensive mind, that he's just like, that's not happening again.
Yeah.
If we lose, it's not going to be because our defense didn't do its job.
Yeah, look, I thought in the playoff game, in the NFC Championship game, like Devontae Adams, I had never really appreciated him as much as a receiver. He had a couple of really good routes, and one of them, I think it was for a touchdown, but it was just a huge gainer. He ran a post and just leaned into Witherspoon. It was just impressive about the way that he used his body to create separation, and it was just perfectly done. So I think the last time it's more this last game, the NFC Championship game, is more about the fact that they have really good athletes at wide receiver. I thought the first game where they put up the 481 yards, or was it 581? I guess
581. Yeah.
I still can't believe that. But that was more of like, there was 5 or 6 different occasions where on some of those big gainers, all they had to do was a linebacker get more depth. And some of it was like, Spoon fell down. He never falls down. So, there's been a few of those kinds of things. But I thought and to me, that's a relief that they beat us because they have really good wide receivers, not because of the scheme. If you're getting beat because of the scheme and the defense that you run, then you got a hole in your defense, and that's, I think much harder to fix than, hey, this is how we're going to play this guy, or we're going to double him, or whatever. So, I think Mike's probably definitely looking at, what is Vrabel going to be looking at? No question. You just mentioned it.
Mike, also talking about his coaching staff and why he feels this coaching staff experiencing something like this for the first time is a benefit for them.
This is all of our kind of first time going through this experience. And I think that's been an edge for us throughout the whole season, is every time we've gone into a new experience together, we have principles that we want to abide by. And those are kind of like our guiding lights in terms of how we want to operate and how we want to make our decisions. But we also know that we're kind of going through it together, and we're not afraid to pivot and use different methods and things like that. So I think this is an example of that, where, the principle of the matter is, we do want to be, adhere to our process the best we can. Like today is kind of as much of a normal Wednesday as we possibly can make it, but with also the understanding of there are some things that are going to be different, and you got to be able to be flexible and pliable and be able to work through those things. And at some point you're going to get distracted, and that's okay. And look, it's about how relentless can we be coming back to center, back in, be in this moment. And up to this point, I've really loved how our team's operated.
What do you think?
I like it. It's funny. He said we are going to lose focus, and I instantly thought about the Rick Woolen thing that happened over, and we saw that audio and video where he's like, yeah, I know, it's number 27. You seen that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the first guy I kind of thought of, but Mike knows that, and he spent extra time with Rick Woolen, and you've gotten some good things out of him. So, yeah, I know people that there's a lot of people that are maybe down a little bit on Rick, but I think he's going to be fine as long as he has Mike Macdonald to help him out.
Yeah, he's definitely championed him and given him. Look, if Rick moves on, It's not going to be because he didn't get opportunity.
Yeah.
And that Mike Macdonald, didn't give him enough slack or didn't give him enough chance or opportunity to get things turned around or do things the way he wants them to do them. I mean, he's been more than a champion of Rick Woolen. So. Yeah. And I agree. I think you'll hopefully we're going to see the best of him in this game, the biggest game of both their lives. So Josh Allen, meanwhile, has a big reason why he's rooting for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. We're going to hear about that when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob live from Radio Row on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. It's Seattle Sports on 710.
It's Super Bowl week.
Not super week, like super week.
Let's go!
It's going down.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, is broadcasting live from Radio Row in San Francisco all week with Brock and Salk at 6 a.m. Bump and Stacy 10 to 2. Wyman and Bob 2 to 6 with bonus coverage 6 to 8.
Powered by WGU.
From the only station where you hear Rabel and Wyman call the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton. And Bob, honesty and integrity is what sets our sponsor, Dr. Mark Wagner, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, apart from other doctors. I've been working with Dr. Wagner for a couple years now, and he was really straight with me. He told me, your right knee needs to be replaced. I can't help you with that. Not all doctors are going to give it to you straight. And after hearing you or me talk about Dr. Wagner, you decided to go see him yourself. Tell us about your experience.
Well, I thought I was at the end of the road. I thought I was looking at surgery because I had been getting steroid injections into my hips. I'd been going to physical therapy, doing all kinds of things to try to correct what was wrong, multiple things wrong. Finally said, oh, yeah, Dave Wyman's been talking about this stuff over and over. Let me go see this Dr. Wagner guy. And I went to go see him, brought all of my imaging there, and he said, I can help you. This doesn't fix it all, but it is going to go a long way in helping you. And as I've said many, many times, he undersold it. Because right now I feel like maybe not like I was when I was 21, now that I'm 39. But I'm close. I'm close, Dave.
Well, I mean, look, there is natural wear and tear, no question about it. But I've heard this from every one that I've talked to that has gone to Dr. Wagner to get stem cell therapy. So whether it's a shoulder, a hip like Bob had, an elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back at the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Discover the ultimate diamond buying experience, unparalleled quality at unbeatable prices.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave of Cantor Diamond. At our by appointment office, you'll receive truly personalized one-on-one service to your needs.
No high overhead of standalone stores or mall hours to pay for. We're direct diamond importers designing and manufacturing in-house, eliminating all the middlemen.
Stop overpaying at retail and enjoy serious savings on quality diamonds.
From the first consult to the final reveal, we guide you through every step, ensuring you get your dream diamond ring, necklace, or earrings without compromise.
Romantic proposals, anniversary splurges, or just because. Indulge in diamonds for less.
Call today for your private appointment for a dazzling diamond.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. As a family law attorney, I know firsthand the challenges and obstacles men face in divorce and custody matters. Our firm is committed to protecting what matters most, and we're on your team. Find us at goldbergjones.com.
Trust is everything. Earning it takes years. Losing it takes 5 seconds.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
When buying a battery, most people don't know one brand from another. And brands don't start things, watts do. And who remembers that volts times amps equals watts anyway? At Pacific Power Batteries, you're buying a battery from someone who you can trust. Lately, we've been working hard on our product knowledge so that you don't have to remember all that you may have forgotten about Ohm's Law. Studying vendors' strong points helps us find a battery that's right for you. And at Pacific Power Batteries, that's not artificial intelligence, that's useful information.
Who did it best in 2025? Vote now for the Sports Stars and Story of the Year at seattlesports.org and help choose the winners of the 91st Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. From collegiate champions to the standouts across our professional teams, make your choice and come celebrate Washington's biggest night out for sports on March 13th. Vote now and get tickets at seattlesports.org. We'll see you there.
Home of the NFC champion Seahawks.
We are going to the Super Bowl.
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need hair volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, hair volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with hair volume.
Since taking hair volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using hair volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Luxury has arrived. It's Mike Salk here, and the all-new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is now open, featuring a destination spa, the expanded non-smoking space, and breathtaking views of the Cascades. You can catch every game at Hawks Peak, over 66 televisions, plus that 2,000-seat entertainment venue, and exciting new dining options. Effortless style, the utmost in relaxation. You can book now at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the Dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen was on First Things First, and he was explaining why he has a clear rooting interest in the Super Bowl.
But Sam Darnold, that's my boy. Like, we go back to draft. Even before the draft, we've hung out before the draft when we were in college. We met at some touchdown, I think it was the Touchdown Club of Columbus, going into his sophomore year, my junior year. And like I said, we lived pretty close together. We spent a lot of time in the offseason together playing golf and hanging out. So I'm rooting for my man there, 14 he wears number 14 for the Seattle Seahawks.
I've always loved Josh Allen. I just think his toughness and, how much he cares. I think his owner overreacted to him crying in his locker. But, yeah.
You really believe had he not been crying and he'd just been mad like any other player that McDermott would still have a job?
I think it was a huge part of it. I do. I mean, did you see that owner? I mean, did you see him during the press conference? He kept butting in, and I don't know, man. To me, that was the behavior of a guy who is, like the Jets owner, or like the Carolina Panthers owner. So, yeah, I do believe that. But yeah, I mean, I've loved Josh Allen, and to hear him, give some credit and support to Sam Darnold is pretty cool.
Sweeping the Dial.
Well, guys who are praising the Seahawks include Fred Warner. Surprising, yes, but he was on with Kay Adams today, and he does have some praise for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I hate to say it because, man, obviously I don't like Seattle. I don't like the Rams, don't like the Cardinals. Everybody in the division you don't like. But, of course, you got to give respect where it's due, and Seattle's done it at the highest level all year long.
Fred, you are not going to sit here on this couch and tell me there's no weakness to the Seattle Seahawks.
It's tough to say, it is, but, here's the thing, though. When you're talking about a Super Bowl, it's not about who the best team is. It's about who's the best team for that 60 minutes in the game. And anything can happen, right? I think for the Patriots, man, that they gotta win in all the crucial moments of that game.
So I guess he was alluding to the fact there's not really a weakness with the Seahawks, and as much kudos to him for kind of begrudgingly, and I get that. He should not like the teams in his division. But he's kind of echoing what we've been saying, that there aren't, not that they're impenetrable, that they can't be scored. We saw the Rams do it. I mean, they can be tested, they can be bent. They just didn't break very often. They only lost 3 games to this point. So there aren't glaring weaknesses. There's not that glaring Achilles heel that some other teams have that are good. But Seahawks are just, I feel like they're the most complete team in the league, top to bottom.
Do you discount the hatred for Fred Warner a little bit because the person that he cheap shotted was DK Metcalf?
No, because I still like DK.
I was actually posing it to the crowd, but I think a lot of people feel the way you do, but I bet you there's probably, it's 50-50. He's very polarizing, right?
Well, for whatever reason, they're convinced he complained about not getting the ball, and that was just who he was, which flies in the face of facts. I guess don't let facts get in the way of your hate, but that never happened publicly anyway that we're aware of, or even behind closed doors that we're aware of. You know, you could talk about his hands and talk about, you know, he didn't run great routes or whatever your issue was, but if you're going to sit here and say he was a diva and he got mad because he didn't get the ball, well, you're not dealing in facts.
Yeah, it's weird with Fred Warner. I still love the way he plays, and he seems like a really nice guy, but I don't know, if you're a Seahawks fan, I think you kind of have to hate him, right?
Yeah, that was a cheap play. It bummed me out because I really respected him.
Yeah.
Looked at that roster and said, man, that's a guy I'd like to have on the Seahawks. He's a hell of a player. But, you know, when he hit DK like that, when he's on the ground and basically folded him in half.
Yeah, well, he's on the ground and his back to you.
Yes.
I mean, that's twice as cowardly as any other kind of cheap shot.
Sweeping the dial.
We know that Devin Witherspoon and Mike Macdonald have kind of a unique connection, a good bond. And yesterday during his podium session, so the players are just up there for about 50 minutes and people come by, ask him all sorts of things. He was asked about Mike Macdonald's sense of humor.
He funny in a way that's not funny, though. You know, like, you know when somebody say something that's not funny, but then it's funny? Because it's like, why would you say that? So it's like, it's stuff like that with him.
He's funny when he's not funny. You know when somebody's not funny?
I like the end. Why would he say that? We heard the same thing from Mike
delivery
Morris.
Is funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious the way he talks. He'd be a great comedian.
He'd have to slow down.
Because
when he really gets going, I mean, he speaks the way he plays rapidly.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, wait, hold on. What did you say? What did he say?
Well, for people that didn't hear the Mike Morris interview, and that was, I think, a couple of weeks ago, he came on and said, you know, about how Mike Macdonald will walk into a room and go, "Oh, it's quiet in here. Is this awkward?" And Mike Morris was like, "Yeah, it's awkward because you made it awkward by coming in here and saying that." So yeah, it's kind of funny that everybody and you know, Mike knows, right? And he kind of leans into it.
His awkwardness.
Well, and just his sense of humor that it's very corny.
Well, didn't Morris talk about him? He's bringing up these quotes from these movies like Austin Powers.
They talk about Austin Powers.
They talk about it like they're movies from the 40s.
I know.
You know, like these old movies. And I guess at this point they are old movies. They're in the 90s.
Yeah, they're in the 90s. And and that was the one I experienced where I heard him say something about a doctor. No, it was
preparation.
I think it was a Dr. Evil thing or whatever from Austin Powers. And so he goes, "Well, I won't say it." So I asked him later in Pittsburgh. I saw him getting coffee, and he said, "Preparations A through G have failed," and like did it in the perfect voice and everything, dedicated. And I just started cracking up. And he's like, "Oh, you like that one, huh? Huh? That's good, right?"
He finally got somebody to laugh at him.
Oh my God!
He's going, somebody who got my reference.
Yeah.
And he's not that old though. That's the funny part is the players talk about him like he's this and maybe to them he's ancient, because you always talk about Keith Butler when you were playing, and you're like, oh, he's this grizzled old guy with bottle cap teeth and blah blah blah. And then I think you told me he was like 31 or 32 at the time.
31.
And you looked at him like he was Father Time hanging on by a thread.
Well, and the bottle cap tooth, he got his 2 front teeth knocked out. And so he just replaced them with this. It looked like a tooth that probably was the one that got knocked out, except it was silver. Like somebody painted, like, if you ever did model airplanes when you were a kid, the silver paint that you would put on, that's what it looked like. And so I'm like, well, he's married, he's got kids, so I guess he's not like trying to impress anyone. But he was like, why would I spend all this money on these teeth when they're probably just going to get knocked out again?
It's like a hockey player.
Yeah.
Or a boxer that doesn't get their nose fixed until career's over. It's just going to happen again. Yeah. All right. It might not come as a surprise, but most of the attention this week has been around Sam Darnold. We'll weigh in on that. Coming up next, it's Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
The credit card treadmill and stressed because your consumer debt and monthly payments are too high? Well, Brock Hewitt here with a smart solution. Your home's equity in the Seattle Metro is probably larger than ever. It's like you're sitting on a stack of cash. Consider a cash-out refinance with Tila Mortgage to consolidate your high-balance credit cards, second mortgages, home equity lines of credit, and student loans, or get cash for a remodel. With interest rates finally coming down, consolidating your debt now may be the best decision you ever make. With excellent client reviews and trusted in Washington for over 25 years, Tila has competitive rates on refinance, purchase, or reverse mortgages too. Tila, spelled T-I-L-A, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. Call Tila Mortgage today, 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888 or
Tila Mortgage LLC is a mortgage broker. NMLS 2472046.
Olympic Hot Tub celebrates Seattle's star team with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Champion-level wellness at winning savings on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges through Sunday. Go to olympichottub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. The stock market was on fire in 2025 due to AI and tech stocks. Now is the time to set a strategy for 2026. It's a good opportunity to lock in those gains and invest into a stable platform. With $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines, investors are either scared or unsure where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with 0 investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
If you're watching football this weekend, you know how it goes. Somebody's always hungry by the first quarter. So call Pizza Hut and get the Big New Yorker for just $10. Our biggest pizza for the biggest games. These slices are huge, like use 2 hands and fold it huge. Feed your crew and order ahead at pizzahut.com or in the app.
Pizza Hut!
Ask for limited time offer. Prices, participation, and availability may vary. Additional charge for extra toppings, max 3, and extra cheese. Taxes, tip, and delivery fee not included.
It's home show season. To celebrate, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is giving you 20% off and a lifetime installation warranty, plus 12 months to pay with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest financing. See us at the home shows or visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
4 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Frank Reich, who is 64 years old and was the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts back in 2018 through 2022, then headed things up for the Carolina Panthers in 2023, inherits one of the worst offenses in the NFL, a unit with a gaping hole at quarterback. That would be the New York Jets, who finished 29th in scoring and 29th in yards. He's now in charge of that offense. He's been hired as their new offensive coordinator, and he's been given the task of seeing if he can get things put back in shape for this team, or back in shape would be relative. They've not been in shape for quite some time. But 8 days after firing their offensive coordinator, Tanner Ekstrand, Frank Reich gets the honor of running that offense for the New York Jets.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This is Wyman and Bob.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Radio Row out here in San Francisco. It is Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710. Things starting to calm down just a bit. It's been a frenzy throughout this show with tons of people walking by, tons of media, obviously, and it's just going to be probably even crazier tomorrow, Dave. Wednesday and Thursday, usually the busiest days of the week. Friday calms down a bit. Monday is very dead.
Yeah.
It's just it's interesting to see the rhythm of the media and the Super Bowl. And the media grows every year, and just the sets get bigger and more elaborate. And there's like a Bleacher Report set that's on the other side of the center we're in that looks like it's an arcade. Like, I don't even know, are they doing shows there, or are they just doing like Pop-A-Shot and things like that?
Oh, I would love that.
Well, I don't know what they're doing over there, but it's very colorful and looks like something kids would love to be a part of.
Like Space Invader video games and whatnot.
Yeah, maybe a little more modern than that. Maybe more, maybe, maybe Pac-Man or Asteroids or something like that.
For Asteroids.
Yeah.
Oh, that was like such a huge deal. I remember the first
Asteroids?
video game. Yeah. It was like you just sit there and just pump quarters in there.
Did you play Pong?
Yeah, I had one of those or we had one of those sets that, no, actually it was my parents' friends that were these really cool kind of younger couple. They didn't have kids or anything, so they liked my brother and I, and they had Pong. And literally it's just twisting a knob and making a little line go up and intersect
down
with the ball, and then it goes back.
I don't think I ever got to play that. I know what it is, and I've seen videos of it, but it looks like the most archaic form of video game ever. I mean, it looks like
it was the most simple, basic thing that you could possibly have, and it was fascinating at the time. So text in if you're that old and have played Pong. I think that was the question that Bob asked me. Did you play Pong?
That tells you a lot about your age.
Yes.
I was aware of it. I didn't get it. I probably wanted to play it as a little kid. I don't know if I saw it as a little kid. I saw it as an adult, like videos of it. And like, this is where video games have come from. But, yeah.
I can't even remember what the controller was or the brand of the video game. But
was it Atari?
Yeah, I don't know if it was Atari or not. But anyway, I had one. This was like more when I was in high school. The Pong thing, I think, was when I was in like the 5th grade, 6th grade. But when I was in high school, I had this Superman game that was so janky that like you pushed the thing up and Superman would be flying, and then he would go up to another city, like scene.
It was a video game?
Yeah, and then there was like things that you were supposed to collect, and then you have to go back, and it's kind of like a map and everything. My mom got addicted to that game because, I was playing it and she would always like be yelling at me, hey, you got to get your homework done and all this and that. And then admitted later that I went in there and tried it and it was so much fun. I got better and I started being obsessive with it. And so
that's why she was kicking you out to go do homework so she could get on there.
Yeah. So welcome to the power of video games, because there's been some times Age of Empires. I got fairly addicted to that. That was a computer game where you build this colony of people, and then you get warships, and you try to take over the other countries or whatever. It's a slow, process thing. Text in if you played that one.
I haven't heard of that one.
Age of Empires. So, yeah, I mean, it's those things are so addictive that. How do we get on this conversation, by the way? You're talking about the little play zone over there,
yeah,
right?
the Bleacher Report said that looks like they'd have something for all the kids out there. It's going to be it's interesting looking in here, to say the very least. Very entertaining. But
I can imagine the texts that are going to come in. Great, Wyman. You go to the Super Bowl and you're at the media day, and there's all kinds of celebrities, and you're talking about Pong and an archaic Superman game.
Yeah, it's just living in our past, just strolling down memory lane. I'm sure some people will chime in, tell you how old you are.
We got lots of people responding to the Pong thing.
So. Are they familiar with it? They played it?
Yeah, they said, I had Pong. Pong kicked my butt. This one says, half your age, Dave, but we are finally speaking the same language.
Half your age, but they know Pong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pong was a standalone game plugged into the TV with 2 controllers.
That's all right. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Meanwhile, we're out here, and a lot of the focus if we're talking about injuries, it's all on Drake Maye. That's the biggest injury story out here between the two teams. But there still are questions about Sam Darnold and his oblique and how he's feeling and all of that. Well, Mike Macdonald today was asked about Sam Darnold's oblique. Here's what he said.
Well, we'll see today. It's definitely gradually increasing by the day. So some days more than others, but he's in a great spot. I know he's really confident. We'll see how today plays out. Not entirely sure how many throws or what percentage of throws. I can't really give you right now.
What's increasing, Mike?
His oblique's getting bigger.
I'm like, is the pain increasing?
Yeah, no, I think progress is increasing, but I mean the fact that it's even an issue at all that he's talking about, I'm a little surprised just because of how Sam looked in that last game.
Yeah,
he didn't look to be limited by any stretch. He didn't look to be favoring any part of his body. He didn't look to be like there was anything out of the ordinary in terms of movement or throws that he was attempting or steam on the ball or, oh, boy, that was an errant throw. What happened there? That looked awkward. Or I mean, you just didn't have any of those moments. So the fact that we're almost 2 weeks removed from that feels weird that he's still saying, well, I'm not sure how many throws. That tells you they're still managing something, which gives me even more respect to Sam Darnold, knowing that, hey, he played that game, certainly not 100%. Now, how far away from 100, I don't know, but he looked phenomenal. He looked as good as he played the best game of his entire career.
Right.
And certainly the best game of the entire season in the most important situation he's ever faced as a pro.
Right, and you didn't see anything, no wincing, whatever. I mean, I always think about the Luke Raley oblique thing where he takes a swing and it looks like somebody shot him.
Got hit by a sniper.
Yeah, and, we didn't see any of that. And really the week of the 49er game is when that thing popped up, right? And so in that game, he made a play rolling out to his left and kind of, he has to cock his shoulders, back, and then, total oblique usage there, right? I mean, you're throwing on the run and you're kind of twisting your body. Throws a perfect pass to JSN for a touchdown. So I thought it was solved then. When I saw that, I'm like, yeah, we're done with that. And also, as far as Mike, his message and everything and the way he handles it, I don't think he plays games with that kind of crap. I mean, I think he just follows the rules. It's like, okay, and every once in a while he'll say, I don't have to tell you guys this, so I'm not going to. And like, okay, coach, no problem. That's, he just follows that part of it. I don't think he's a guy that's trying to, well, I don't know, it could be this or that or.
Yeah, he's not going for misdirection. Or
yeah, I think he probably thinks that's just a waste of time.
Yeah, it'll, like I said, after we were talking about this yesterday, I feel like after this game, presuming they win, and I am presuming they're going to win, that we're going to hear, yeah, that was a little more serious than they were letting on, and he was in a lot of pain, and he really, I think we're going to hear those kind of stories. I really do. Not that he's going to need surgery or anything like that, but just that maybe he was overcoming more than maybe we're giving credit for.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I think he's a tough guy. I mean, but I think the most important toughness that he has is the mental toughness and emotional. He doesn't get overly emotional. And and Adam Ray, who has been hanging out with him for a long time, gave us a little bit of insight on that, and it all makes sense. So yeah, it's really cool for Sam. I'm very happy for him. You know what the other thing is? I get the sense from him that he is not looking to get revenge on anyone. That people have been criticizing me, and what did Gino say? Something about they called for this and I didn't call back.
They wrote me off, but I didn't write back.
Didn't write him back. So, yeah, I mean, I don't, and that's fine because that's Gino. Gino is kind of fiery and he's kind of stubborn, but I don't think Sam Darnold is looking for that from anyone and to put it in people's face or anything like that. I don't think we're going to hear a peep about that, and also I don't think we're going to hear a peep about whether or not he is a good quarterback, because he clearly is.
Well, Mike Macdonald went on to talk about him and talked about Darnold's mindset never changing when things are going well or whether they're going poorly.
Sam's just been so resilient. I mean, I feel like I'm giving you guys terrible answers because I'm giving you the same answer every time, but that's really what it is. It's just he's so steadfast in his approach. I think he's confident in who he is. I think he understands that how much his team believes in him and has his back. So just keep firing away, man. Keep being you. Go to the next play. He's the same guy after he has a perfect passer rating, and he's not strutting around like he just, solved all the world's problems compared to a game where maybe, we didn't execute as well as we did. So that's what you appreciate about him.
He's not out there trying to be the president.
Strutting around.
Strutting around, solving everybody's problems.
Yeah. He's
that's for Julian Love.
Yeah. Julian Love doesn't do that. That's the beauty of him. He's remarkably even keeled, and you need that. I mean, some guys can get away with, there's certain guys that could play well when they're angry and play well when they're frustrated, but very often that's going to work against you in any sport. You're going to try harder, and you're mad. You may lose your technique, you lose your form, you may lose your game plan, may go out the window. So a lot of things happen when you get angry and try harder and grip the bat tighter. I'm gonna hit this person hard. I'm gonna run faster. It just very often backfires.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there are certain, like in football, playing linebacker, probably help you. Same thing with offensive, defensive line. That kind of anger and adrenaline helps you. But yeah, like you said, we always talk about that with baseball players. that, like, it's not like they're going to go out there and try harder. And we know this
Yeah.
about golf. If you try to choke the life out of the golf club, it's probably not going to be good.
Or I'm going to crush this ball, and then all of a
crush it.
sudden you slice it, or
Yeah.
in my case, top it.
You're a topper, Bob?
I've done that a few times where I'm just like, oh, I'm going to murder this ball, and then clip, and it goes, goes like
3
20
feet.
yards. Rolls 20 yards, I should say. Doesn't even get off the ground. So yeah,
I saw a golf video the other day, by the way, that was like that, where he tees off, and I think it hits something and comes. No, he tops it, and it comes down and somehow goes right on the tee, and like balances there.
Really?
Yeah. It only went like
wasn't
a
AI?
foot in the air. No, everybody was going, "Oh my God!" And, So, but yeah, that's not good in most of those situations. Like for Sam, I mean, you never see a quarterback who's successful playing angry.
yeah. I remember one time I was playing golf, and I had lost the ball every hole. I just had gone through my dozen balls on the first 10 holes, but I was teeing off angry, and I just hooked one line drive, and it hit a building, and the guy I was with just goes, "Geez, Bob, you broke the pro shop." Because it was just a line drive through the trees. You just heard clank off the building.
Oh, man.
It's just nowhere near our fairway. Nowhere.
Yeah.
It was gone. But yeah, that was anger. That was
Yeah.
anger working against me, because
Absolutely.
yeah, normally I stink at golf, but not that badly.
Yeah.
But Mike Macdonald admitted that Darnold does get mad and thinks he plays better when he's a little annoyed.
He's a real guy. He's got real emotions. He's got a real competitive spirit. There's things that piss him off, especially if things don't really go his way. We've had some great competitive battles in practice over training camp. As I'm listening to your question, those are the things I'm thinking about. And frankly, that's probably when he plays some of his best football. So he's just real. That's who he is. If he was a loud, outspoken guy, that's who he was, and our guys would rally about him. But I think the most important thing is he's just who he is every day.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just a little bit of anger there, I guess, even though we just said you can't play quarterback angry. But it's not like he's fuming or anything like that.
Well, we always bring up the two great examples of it, and two of the legends of the sport, and Tom Brady and Dan Marino. You
Yep.
saw both those guys throw fits. You saw Tom Brady slamming the tablets on the ground and yelling at his coordinator, and we certainly saw Dan Marino screaming at his guys and red-faced. But you're talking about two Hall of Famers, two legends that won a lot of games. And I know Marino never won a Super Bowl, but, he had a lot of success. And I don't think his anger is the reason he didn't win a Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah, no question about it. So, yeah, everybody's different, has different personalities, and if you're able to make that into a positive. But, yeah, Sam is he's kind of an enigma, though. I mean, we don't really I wish we could get a chance to talk to him. Don't really know, like what he's like. And that's just always the case with the quarterbacks, right? They're always doing the scrum as far as the media goes. But, yeah, I mean, I just think of all, what you hear from everyone is that he's just a very mild-mannered, solid dude that, is the kind of guy you want to be a teammate with. So, but, yeah, I'm really looking for him to get his own level of atonement, from the start of his career and being with a few crappy organizations. I mean, start out with the Jets and then go to Carolina.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal. So, yeah, I mean, it's this is going to be a good opportunity for Sam, I think, especially if he gets MVP. If he's MVP of the game, for sure, I think that whole lazy narrative, as Matt Hasselbeck has called it, will go away.
It would have to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Unless the one thing I could see is him having a 49er type of game where he's efficient, where he's, 20 of 26.
Not big numbers.
142 yards and a touchdown, but he doesn't turn it over. He just plays nice, efficient football. Does he get thrown into that Trent Dilfer club? Does he get thrown into the Brad Johnson club? The teams that won without the elite quarterback, they didn't win because of him. They make it sound like they won in spite of him.
Right.
Does that happen if he has that kind of game and they win?
Yeah. I guess the questions will continue that conversation will still be alive, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Really quick, just a couple of texts. Dave, I was on the Microsoft development team for Age of Empires. Ex-NFL players was our target audience.
That's a very small sliver of that pie.
I think he's sticking it to me. Yeah, a lot of people.
How long ago was that game?
Age of Empires? Shoot, I was playing that maybe in 05, 06. I might have had the second version or something like that.
Okay.
But, yeah,
I've never heard of that.
I would say this, Bob. I was late to the product, as always.
Is that something Matt played? Did you play that, Matt?
I never did.
You're aware of it, though?
There's a video game that Dave played that I hadn't. But yeah, I'm aware of Age of Empires. It's been a franchise since, I think, like the late 90s.
Okay, late 90s. There we go.
All right.
Yeah, I was on the cutting edge.
You were,
I was about 10 years late.
You were setting the trends.
Yeah.
That's great. Meanwhile, taking a look at this matchup in the trenches for the Seahawks D-line, which is the biggest strength of this team, the most consistent strength, is the pressure they get just by sending four, and they got that rotation. We talked about it in that they don't have the guy, right? They don't have – we talked about it with Shawne Merriman earlier in the show. They don't have a Shawne Merriman. They don't have, one of those, T.J. Watt or a Bosa or somebody that you look at and go, okay, he's the extra meeting guy. How do we stop him? Let's stop him, make somebody else beat us. They just got guys that just get it done individually at a very high level. And you got three guys tied for the lead with 7 sacks, right? You got Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy and Uchenna Nwosu.
Yeah.
But then you also have Boye Mafe, you got Derek Hall. I mean, you just got this rotation of all of these guys who get it done.
Well, and you got 17 different players that have a sack.
Yeah.
Or whether it's a half a sack or 7 sacks.
So you got that line going up against the line that has 2 rookies on it, I believe. The O-line of the New England Patriots. They got 2 rookies, and again,
they're playing next to each other, Bob. Well, you can't have 2 rookies in close proximity.
Well, but I was going to say, if we're going to be fair, they're not rookies anymore. We're saying that about Nicky Memori. We're saying that about Gray Zabel. At this point of the season, you've played either full 17-game season and the playoff game. You're no longer a rookie. So, do you still look at that as not a weakness, but a potential vulnerability for them?
No, not really. Not because they're that young. If they've been playing together, they're both from great programs, Georgia and Louisiana State. And I'm talking about Jared Wilson, the guard, and then Will Campbell, the tackle, who's the LSU guy. And I think he was a top 10 pick, I believe, first rounder. So, yeah, and that was this year. I mean,
yeah.
So. Yeah, obviously he's a rookie, so I'm looking at the.
There you go. That's good math, Dave.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I mean, I think their O-line is pretty good. They every once in a while, I was looking at some of their earlier games, and they there were some times where they struggled a little bit, and there was I saw a couple of times in the Vegas game, which was the first game of the year, where Drake Maye was having to run out of the pocket. So it's developed over the year, and I think that's the thing you forget about. And this is what has happened with the Seahawks run game, is that we always think at camp, this is our team, and this is what we're putting out there. You evolve as the year goes on, and you get better, and you change, and you have, and look at, for example, the Seahawks defense last year. The first, actually the first 3 games, they were holding teams to 200 yards, and it was just, they were killing it. And I think they were, allowing 13 points a game, 12 points a game. But then they went on this streak where it was bad. It was bad. I mean, this was not Mike Macdonald's defense, but then when they brought in Ernest Jones, it took a couple of weeks, but then all of a sudden, if you go and just select those last 5 or 6 where Big Cat's picking off, passes for touchdowns, and they're getting sacks right and left. I mean, it was just a totally different, defense. And that's what happens during the season. You don't really count on that, and that's kind of what's happened with Jared Wilson and Will Campbell, the guard and the tackle on the left side of the line of the Patriots. I mean, like you said, they're just not rookies anymore. They've evolved. So, yeah, I mean, when you look at it, especially when you get to, the Super Bowl, you're playing a lot of football, and you spent a lot of weeks. So those are going to be the 2 teams that change the most, obviously, just because of the timing, but also just because if you're a good team, that's what continues to happen.
Yeah, and we'll continue to build up this Patriots team to make it feel like they've got a shot as the week goes on. But
yeah, I'm sure we will. Yeah, are you that way too? I mean, I look at it. I mean, because like people always say, the stats don't always tell the story.
Right.
So but you look at it and go, okay, why did they lose to the Raiders? And then you look at, they had this weak schedule. What was the one tweet that was like, coach fired coach,
fired coach, NFC South or AFC, whatever division. It was like bad division, fired coach.
I like how then they said the Jets.
Yeah, Jets, Bengals, fired coach. So, it's interesting to see that. And look, people try to, we saw one guy try to do that with the Seahawks schedule, say, well, if you remove all the good teams. Oh, yeah, well, what about Pittsburgh? You guys beat Pittsburgh? No. All right, what about Jacksonville? They're a good team.
Remember somebody texted in and said, well, if you remove the 14 wins.
They're terrible. They're terrible. They're right. They're exactly right. Meanwhile, the Seahawks might have the biggest edge at a position that could surprise you. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Hi, Chuck here at Frank Lumber The Door Store. As we turn the corner on a new year and start planning for home projects and better weather, now is the time to come in and see all we have to offer. Our bargain barn is loaded with great deals with many exterior and interior options. And if you need your order quicker, now is the time of year to take advantage of our pre-hung and popular matchup service. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline. And don't forget to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman for Swedish Cyberknife, and I recently had a really good conversation with Dr. Landis from Swedish Cyberknife about different prostate cancer treatments and specifically surgery. Dr. Landis explained that patients who have surgery often have to be hospitalized for a few days, and they have to take time off of work, obviously, and sometimes there's a catheter that's inserted or you have a wound that requires healing. Despite the name, Cyberknife is non-surgical. It's also non-invasive, and oftentimes patients don't even have to take a break from work at all. And when I spoke with Lacey Mayer, he's the mayor of Lacey, Andy Ryder, he said he worked the entire week and received the treatment during his lunch break. So it's a 5-day treatment, less than an hour in clinic per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during the treatment. It's 5 days total, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. So if you, a friend or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3 grand.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit of federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
The only place to hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
Can you believe it?
Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
At Bible Law Group, we understand what it means to be local legal representation. From shopping at the Bon Marché, picking up gear at Chubby and Tubby, crying for Joey Cora, now for Cal, grabbing a burger while JP Patches clowns by. We live here and fight for you. That's why Bible Law gives local representation to those facing legal problems too big for prayers, even if you can't pronounce Squim or Puyallup. Our legal team has secured more than $40 million in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from Radio Row, Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710 as we get you set for the Seahawks and the New England Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Some of the things we're looking for edges here. We're chasing edges, Dave.
That's right.
That's what we do on this show. We chase edges, and we're looking for actual edges the Seahawks have in a matchup against this Patriots team, which I think they've got a lot of edges. But do you think one of their biggest advantages could be at quarterback? Would that be weird to say when we're talking about Drake Maye, who is one of the favorites for MVP? He's in that conversation, led the league in completion percentage, had a phenomenal touchdown to interception ratio. You want to look at his QBR. You want to look at his quarterback rating. I mean, he had a tremendous season, yet some believe the Seahawks may have an edge at that spot. What do you think?
That's outrageous, right? I mean, who at the beginning of the year would have thought that that would be the case, right? I mean, and there was so much doubt there. So, yeah, that's interesting. But I mean, Sam is playing great football, and again, you look at the stats in the postseason. Like, no, that was not a great stat line, but against the 49ers. But he didn't have to. You don't have to do that. You don't. What's the point? And also he can only call the plays that is coming in. From Clint. It's not like he's calling the plays, okay? So,
right.
But yeah, I mean, they had to get into a shootout, and he gets in a shootout. So, I guess it should be, but it sounds odd, right? Because I feel like we've spent half the year talking about how Sam is doubted, and I think most of the time it was frustration that we were talking about. They were frustrated by that, but yeah, now all of a sudden, that's like crazy talk compared to what we've heard the whole rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Drake Maye's line through 17 games, 72% completion.
Yeah.
72%. Led the league, 4,394 yards.
That's phenomenal, by the way. 72%. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, and it's becoming more and more commonplace, but I remember Drew Brees, Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
There's another guy. If you go back and look at his career record, those are the two guys that kind of started to establish that. And then every once in a while you see somebody pop up with that, and then now all of a sudden you got Drake Maye coming in. And now look, there's a lot of, changes and the penalties, what you can and can't do as far as jamming receivers and contact and all that. You basically can't really hit the quarterback. So, there's lots of things that have changed that. But I don't care. Still, hitting, 7 out of 10 of your passes is just incredibly it's incredibly impressive, especially when you look at the number of attempts. And I want to say Drake Maye had over 500 attempts.
492.
Okay, right there.
Yeah.
So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he led the league in completion percentage. He led the league in average yards per pass.
It was like
per completion.
9.3 or something.
It was ended up being 8.9.
Okay.
Led the league in quarterback rating. Led the league in QBR. He was 31 touchdowns, 8 picks. I mean, just a phenomenal season. Yeah. And you look at Sam Darnold by way of comparison, still a tremendous season, 67.7% completion, just over 4,000 yards, 4,048, 8.5 yards per completion. He was third in the league there. Quarterback rating of 99.1, QBR 55.7. But all of those trail Drake Maye.
Yeah, exactly. And, so people are saying, that's the case. Well, I mean, look, you have to take into account, like, who's playing defense. I mean, this Seahawks defense is they're wreckers, man. I think this could be one of these where, I mean, he's constantly on the run. The one thing I'll say about that is that watching Drake Maye, he can make, what they always say, he can make all the throws. Mm-hmm. He really can. I mean, he is very close, I would say, to Caleb Williams outside of the pocket.
Yeah.
And you know what Paul Moyer would say if he was here right now? No.
He'd say there's no difference.
Nuh-uh.
That too.
He'd drop a nuh-uh.
No.
You go, mm-mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
There you go. But no, I think that. I mean, I think he is an incredible athlete. And, it's just, and for a big guy, and he can pass from the pocket as well. And I think Caleb Williams is more dedicated to it, and that's more part of his game, whereas I think Drake Maye does it when it's designed and when he has to. But he is like one of those guys that can make any kind of throw. And, and I'm not talking about a Hail Mary on the run to his side, even though Aaron Rodgers could do that. I mean, he is, like, if it's a rollout, if it's a scramble, whatever, he's going to put zip on the ball. It's pretty impressive.
Well, Joel Klatt, who was on with Brock and Salk, he's breaking down how high of a level Darnold is playing at right now, in his opinion.
He was elite, man. He was elite. He played on time. He played on target. He played bold. He didn't take chances that were unnecessary. He didn't panic. He was calm, and yet he was surgical. And I think it all stems from confidence and command. Brock, I don't know how you feel about quarterback play, but like confidence and command. You've got to be bold in your decision making, but it stems from a confidence of your command of what's going on. What are they doing? What are we doing? Why? How? All of those things.
Brock liked it
because he sat there and muttered through the whole thing.
Wait, confidence? Yeah, that was.
Brock, he was still talking, Brock. He was still talking. He's in the background muttering.
Yeah.
That was interesting. But then he was asked if Maye, talking about Drake Maye, talking Joel Klatt on Maye, if he's played his best football like Darnold did in the playoffs and why the Patriots won in spite of him.
No. In fact, if Sean Payton kicks the field goal on 4th down, they're probably not even here because a 2-possession game with the weather imminent like it was in Denver, they go up 10-0 with what, I think the Patriots to that point had gained 12 yards on 12 snaps of the football. So they were winning in spite of Drake. and did win in spite of Drake. Now, does he do some things that cause you problems? Yeah, you bet. And he's a really good young player, and he might turn into something really special. But right now, man, they are playing around their quarterback.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's not where you want to be as a team. Like, yeah, we're finding ways to get around what it is he's not doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting perspective, just because, but, I think Joel Klatt, pretty good at quarterback evaluation, and, yeah, it's not really the things necessarily that I see, but, also you need to dial up and watch an entire game and, not just look at, like, highlights, because he does really look good in the highlight films, but there's also low light films,
Yeah.
and that's what shows up. And, I think, I think I've watched 2 Patriot games all the way through. I'm going to get on it tonight and look for some more. But, I mean, once you start looking at that versus what the numbers are and everything, I always say, or people always say that, the numbers don't always tell you what's going on. And I think that there's a fair amount of that.
Meanwhile, we got our first injury report of the week. It's out. We'll dive into that coming up next with Wyman and Bob on your home for the Seahawks in the Super Bowl, Seattle Sports on 710.
This is what it's all about, right?
We are going to the Super Bowl.
The pure joy.
It's a great time to be alive for Seattle fans.
It's why we're 12s.
Super Bowl, baby, let's go!
And Sunday, when history is written in Super Bowl 60, isn't there only one voice you want to hear tell the story?
A one-hander, JSN.
Wherever you are on Sunday, listen to Steve Rabel call the Seahawks and Patriots in Super Bowl 60, live and free on the Seattle Sports app.
I know a lot of you have heard Dave and I going on and on about our injuries and surgeries and whatnot, and for good reason. It's painful. Nobody wants to go under the knife, and I thought that's what I was looking at with my hip. It had been a long-standing issue after 14 years of jiu-jitsu and sparring. It had taken its toll on my hip, and I had a torn labrum. I had arthritis developing. I had a frayed tendon in there, and the bursa sac was inflamed. I'm getting steroid shots. It looked like we had reached that point where surgery was the only option. Then I remember Dave Wyman and all the testimonials he'd been talking about with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. So I took all the film work there. He took a look at it, said, I can help you, Bob. I can help you. It's not going to cure everything, but it is going to go a long way. And I still feel like he undersold it, because it is night and day compared to what I was dealing with before. And if you're somebody that's dealing with pain, dealing with some sort of lingering issue, and you feel like surgery is your only option, it is not. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience performing more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. So people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back to doing what they enjoy doing without pain and without surgery. So whether it's a hip like I had, maybe it's a knee, a shoulder, elbow, ankle, whatever, before choosing surgery, do what I did. Go see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Discover the ultimate diamond buying experience. Unparalleled quality at unbeatable prices.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave of Cantor Diamond. At our by appointment office, you'll receive truly personalized one-on-one service to your needs.
No high overhead of standalone stores or mall hours to pay for. We're direct diamond importers designing and manufacturing in-house, eliminating all the middlemen.
Stop overpaying at retail and enjoy serious savings on quality diamonds.
From the first consult to the final reveal, we guide you through every step, ensuring you get your dream diamond ring, necklace, or earrings without compromise.
Romantic proposals, anniversary splurges, or just because. Indulge in diamonds for less.
Call today for your private appointment for a dazzling diamond.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
We live here in Washington. I travel all over the state for work.
Affordable short-term rentals help us stay together and make Hazel feel at home.
Now Olympia is considering a huge tax increase on short-term rentals,
pricing us and other families out, since more than half of short-term rentals here are used by Washingtonians.
Costs on everything are going up.
Please tell legislators not to make our trips more expensive too.
Paid for by Airbnb helps our state thrive. Host Hack.
And the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl.
Home of the Seahawks in Super Bowl 60. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
In October baseball, every pitch matters and every decision is magnified. In the postseason, teams don't rely on hope. They rely on preparation and experience. Divorce works much the same way, but the consequences of a bad call don't last a game, they last a lifetime. At Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men, we provide the preparation and experience to protect your finances, your children, and your future. Go to goldbergjones.com to get your questions answered at no charge. goldbergjones.com.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Landis to talk about Swedish CyberKnife.
Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
5 days, less than an hour a day to treat prostate cancer. That really is amazing. If diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shawne Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shawne Company, your friend and jeweler.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60.
Powered through the Quantum Fiber studio.
On Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and live on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
The first injury report of the week is out. And taking a look at the Seahawks, we got 5 Seahawks who were limited participation with injuries. Sam Darnold with the oblique, Charles Cross with his foot. We knew that was a thing. Nick Emanwari with an ankle, Josh Jones with the ankle/knee, and then Robbie Oots, a neck injury. Ernest Jones was a full participant. That makes me feel better.
Because that's your MVP right there.
That's my dark horse. Well, if they win, I'm pretty certain Sam Darnold will get the nod. But my dark horse outside of him is Ernest Jones.
It's kind of funny because, for receivers, and I don't know off the top of my head how many receivers have been MVP, but like if a receiver has a good day, the quarterback's had a good day, right? So they kind of, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that's going to be the quarterback. But I don't know, was Jerry Rice ever a Super Bowl MVP? He had to have been.
I don't recall. I've not kept track of all the Super. I mean, it's not always the winning quarterback, but more often than not, it is. I mean, Seahawks are a perfect example. They won. Malcolm Smith was the MVP in that game.
Yeah.
We're looking at all the MVPs.
Art Starr. Okay, remember him?
Your AI let you down?
Yeah.
Come on.
It did.
Said it right away.
No, I just got a list, Mike. Lynn Swan. How about that?
What does it say?
Jerry
That's
Rice
flashing
was named
rings, right
MVP of Super Bowl 23.
According to Dave's favorite thing.
Yeah.
AI, that never is wrong.
That's
But
right.
I guess they're right here. I'll trust them.
Dave's favorite thing?
Yeah.
Is that I wasn't aware that was your favorite thing.
I'm a big AI guy, Bob. It's,
Dave's favorite thing.
Well, here's what I like. There's a few linebackers in there. When I say few, I mean 3, including our guy. Well, actually 4. So Von Miller as a linebacker. So, I mean, there you go, Bob. There's your hope right there. That they do have MVPs that are playing linebacker.
And they did have Larry Brown, who got it one year for the Cowboys.
Was it Larry Brown? Was he was a corner, right?
I believe so. And then there was who's the guy for the Cardinals? Dexter.
Oh, yeah.
The heck was his name? Or he went to the Cardinals, I guess, maybe. I can't remember his name. You've got the list of.
But Chuck
Dexter Jackson?
I'm looking
Is
at
that who it was? Yeah.
Chuck Howley with the Dallas Cowboys. 2 interceptions and a fumble recovery. You think Ernest Jones could do that?
Yes.
I think so.
He led this. It's amazing that he led the team in interceptions.
Yeah. He's incredible. One for a
It
while.
wasn't Reek, wasn't Spoon, wasn't Eamon Wari, wasn't Job or Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
It was your inside linebacker.
Well,
Ernest
even
Jones.
even looking at the rest of the league, I mean, he was second behind the safety from Chicago at one point. So, but yeah, I mean, there have been some linebackers, but as far as the question was wide receiver, you were correct, Jerry Rice, but also way back in the day, it looks like Lynn Swann as a wide receiver was an MVP. But again, the point really was Deion Branch, actually. Wide receiver, New England. Didn't he return a kick, though? That was in Super Bowl 39. He had 11 catches for 133 yards.
Heck of a day.
Yeah.
Heck
But, I
of a
mean,
day.
that probably indicates that your quarterback's having a pretty damn good day, too. So,
And by the way, any of these limited participation guys, you worry about any of them? Because they're all injuries we are aware of. I'm not the Eamon Wari one. He wasn't bothered by an ankle before, was he? That one doesn't seem as familiar. I mean, we've been dealing with the oblique and then Charles Cross in his foot and Josh Jones and Robbie Utes. Those have been there.
Yeah.
Is the ankle a new one, or am I forgetting that was already there?
yeah, I think it is a new one. Okay, you're talking about Imawari, right?
Yeah.
That was what happened to him. It might be like just an ongoing, because that's where, it's probably just aggravated because he twisted his ankle in the very first game of the year. And that was his first play. So, by the way, there's some other wide receivers. Julian Edelman.
Yeah.
10 catches, 141 yards. And then, how could we forget this one? Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp back in when the Rams, who'd they beat? Was it Cincinnati? Yeah. And they played that game at home in their own place and had no advantage whatsoever. 8 catches, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns. So yeah, there's been a few wide receivers.
Kind of sad to play at home and not have any advantage.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with the Super Bowl. It's like a corporate event, and people buy their employees tickets and stuff, and so it's always kind of it seems like you don't really get a huge contention of a bunch of your fans. I think it's kind of like I said, it's not great as far as the crowd being overwhelming.
No, I mean, one of the most raucous Super Bowls I've been to was the one in New York.
Yeah.
Seahawks fans infiltrated that stadium because I've been to a number of Super Bowls before that, and it was exactly as you just said. It was very corporate. I mean, yeah, they're fans, but a lot of them just felt like they had no real passion for either team. They just wanted to be part of a big event. They got tickets from somebody. But, yeah, but the fans at that one, Seahawks fans showed up huge in that game.
Yeah. And
I'll be surprised if that's not the case in this one because it's not a long flight. It's not going and that was cross country.
Yeah.
So it's an easy flight, cheaper flight, not a cheaper ticket. Certainly, we've heard very expensive. So I'm not making it sound like everybody should be able to go, but it's easy access, I should say, for them to really show up big, and I think they will.
If anybody went to Super Bowl 48, text in. Tell me how much the ticket was. Tell us.
The face value?
I'm curious.
The face value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the face value now is like $3,000 or $4,000 depending on where you're sitting. That's just amazing to me. And that there's going to be, I don't know, what do they hold over there at Candlestick Park? I know it's called Levi's. What is it? Like 69, 70,000. That there's really that many people that are going to pay that much money.
There'll be no empty seats there. You know, we had our guy Adam Ray on earlier, and he made it sound like he spent a ton of money. I'll try to get it out of him, see what he spent on there. But he's a guy who's very free with his money, so I can imagine what he was buying Diamond Club seats in the playoffs for him and his parents.
Wow.
Yeah, those are not
Puddin'.
Those were not cheap tickets.
Puddin' was sitting in some good seats.
They were living large, man.
Yeah.
They were living large at those Mariner home games. But yeah, we had people texting in saying they were seeing tickets face for 6,000. Some were saying 8,000. Now I want to make sure face value, not what it is on the secondary market, because that can be completely out of control.
Yeah. So, well, what I saw, because we were offered an opportunity to buy tickets. And I was like, honey, I'm sorry. You're going to watch this one on TV. Yeah, it's like, because then you got to fly down and all that. But she could stay with me in the room. But, like, you know, it's three. I think one group was like over 3,000. The other one was a little bit over 4 per ticket.
Per ticket. Jeez. Yeah. That is madness. That is absolute madness. Well, yeah, we'll see. But I even in spite of that, I think you're going to see a lot of Seahawk representation. Yeah. I don't know that the Patriot fans travel that way. Maybe they could be numb to it. They're like, we got so many of these.
That's annoying.
I'm not going to pay that much.
I don't want to think that's the case. But, you know, it's the shortest NFL trip for us anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know what the shortest one, probably Kansas City and Denver maybe. Well, Houston and Dallas probably. But, yeah, I mean, for us, it's, you know, no problem.
Yeah.
You know what? And by the way, looking back on, you talk about road warriors. I mean, the Patriots, you know, they won all their games on the road, but look where we went, man. I mean, and, you know, LA is not a long trip. That's the one road game that we lost. But, you know, you look at Jacksonville, Atlanta, Pittsburgh, Tennessee. I mean, I think they were either first or second as far as miles traveled, and they just did a great job on the road.
All right, that's going to do it for us. So I want to thank our guests today, Ricardo Lockette, Shawne Merriman, Dan Orlovsky, Adam Ray, Chad Brown, and Mike Tannenbaum, all joining us on the show. If you missed any part of today's show, you missed a lot. So check it out on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you. Don't forget to click subscribe, totally free. That way you get everything you missed. It shows up for you every day. It's totally free. Still got some live programming, live coverage from the Super Bowl coming your way. Seattle Sports. Seattle Sports at Night is coming your way next. Stay tuned for that. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
We knew the foundation was strong.
Last year, everything was new.
But this?
We are going to the Super Bowl!
Doubters? What doubters?
We did not care. We've been playing dominant football all year.
Now, the stage is set to finish by claiming the ultimate prize. Seahawks, Patriots in Super Bowl 60. Kickoff with Steve Rabel on the call. Sunday at 3:30 on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. We'll answer those questions and others when you join us for our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
Well, how long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
K2 Vision's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Space will be limited, so register now at k2visionrle.com.
Join us at our free live webinar this Thursday at noon. Sign up at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's February, and we're a month into those fitness goals and resolutions. And are you already tired of the crowded gyms and sweaty machines? Maybe you're ready to upgrade your fitness equipment in your own home. Well, I got the place and some deals for you. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my friends at Top Fitness. Right now, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit to use for Precor, True, or Inspire treadmills. Top Fitness sells the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire Stairmaster, and much more. It's trade-in days at Top Fitness, and it's not too late to get in the best shape of your life. Top Fitness has the largest selection of home fitness equipment in the state of Washington, and their staff will truly show you why. It's no secret that everybody, from personal trainers to pro athletes, love their stores. Top Fitness has locations at Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. And remember, trade in your old treadmill and get a $500 credit today. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Olympic Hot Tub celebrates Seattle's star team with a massive blue and green savings blitz. Champion-level wellness at winning savings on saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges through Sunday. Go to olympichottub.com. Better you, better life. Go Seattle.
It took us 93 years to build this reputation, but it'll take just 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently.
Lee Johnson Auto Family.
30 years ago, Davis Law Group was founded to be the best law firm for our clients and our community. Our core values are to win, help, and serve. It means our success is defined by the difference we make in our clients' lives and the impact we can have in our community. Not by giant settlement checks or shiny offices. Our mission to lift up the vulnerable extends beyond the courtroom to our charity partners, promoting safety, uplifting students, accident victims, foster youth, and the elderly. If you've been injured and want better results for your claim and for all of Washington, call Davis Law Group today.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot.
Seattle thrives on innovation, and so can you with a bachelor's, master's, or certificate program from WGU's School of Business. Get your business education online on your schedule with personalized support every step of the way. Our accredited programs are built with input from industry experts and respected by employers nationwide. Are you ready to move your career forward at the speed of business? Learn more at wgu.edu.
4 more days until Super Bowl 60.
And this is the only place you'll hear Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman call the Seahawks and Patriots in the Super Bowl. KIRO AM Seattle and KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is Seattle Sports at Night, powered by WGU.
Broadcasting live from Radio Row at Super Bowl 60 in San Francisco. Powered through the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Ahead of Super Bowl 60 between the Patriots and Seahawks on Seattle Sports.
It's Seattle Sports at Night.
Wow. It is nighttime. The sun is down. It's been a while since.
Is it? I've been in here all day.
So have I.
Yeah.
The sun wasn't up yet when I first got here.
What is this?
We didn't get to see any sunlight, but We are here at Radio Row with you until 8 p.m. here on Seattle Sports. I'm Curtis Rogers, joined by Maura Dooley and Mike Lefko for the next couple of hours here. And then we'll also throw you over to some even more bonus coverage, bonus coverage, beginning at 8 p.m. We're taking you to 10 p.m. tonight here on the home for your Seahawks here on Seattle Sports. And, guys, I don't know what your experience has been like here at Radio Row, but it's Wednesday, my dudes, and let me tell you what, this has been a much more lively Radio Row at this point in the week than any previous Radio Rows I've experienced. Maura, I know you've got some experience on Radio Row as well.
This is my third, and I know Brock and Salk were here for the Super Bowl for the Seahawks the last time, and they said that, well, actually, they went to 2, and same thing. They said, and usually Thursday and Friday are the busiest days. I can't imagine it being much more jam-packed than it was in here today. And these sets are getting crazier and crazier.
Yes.
Like, I mean, this Bounty set next to us is 2 levels. It's like a whole lounge.
It used to just be you got your folding table and that was
kitchen.
it.
We're going to infringe on people if it gets any more crowded. I mean, I think we're balancing 3 of our interviews at once earlier today.
I'm not about to
We were squeezed into the corner. Curtis was like falling into my lap. I was like,
I'm
hey,
not
you
about
want
to
in
put
on this?
any network on blast, CNBC Sport. But your people need to, keep to your zone, your taped-off zone. We had a couple.
Well, I think they were
through
getting some of the guests that have like entourages. Like T.O. had like 15. Terrell Owens had 15 people following him around all day.
Sounds about
that
right
was the
for
entourage
T.O.
spillover.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. For all the Super Bowl media rows I've been to, this one. It is the busiest one. But you're right. It's funny because there are all of crazies like us and just kind of the eager trying to get interviews, do whatever, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. So that's kind of the makeup for everyone listening. That's kind of the makeup of what's happening here. People are just milling around. There are throngs of fast-moving people with their heads buried in their phones or holding out their cameras for an interview. And really everyone's just like hustling and bustling, right? But then you get that breeze and whiff of, something important's happening, and then an entourage of 15 people come by, and usually there's pretty famous someone in front of them.
You're like, it's Rob Gronkowski.
Yeah.
Or like Christian McCaffrey was here earlier.
I didn't even see him, or like Von Miller all of a sudden turns the corner, and then 10 people are behind him, and Justin Jefferson had a throng of 100 people watching him play Madden or something.
We saw Jamar Chase over at the Yahoo Sports booth. I was standing next to resident Bengals fan Justin Barnes, who is in our video department, does all of our digital stuff, and so he was just kind of like, hey Jamar, hey, like, I love you. But yeah, I mean, it is funny how this whole Radio Row started with just radio stations, TV stations, or whatever. But now, I mean, it is just every single digital content creator known to man here. Everybody's got a phone in their face because they're shooting video, what have you. That is one big change that I've noticed from the previous Radio Row that I had done to now, where it was mostly radio and TV.
Cell phones didn't exist.
I mean, they did exist, but it wasn't. You weren't looking for Instagram Reels. Right. Instagram Reels didn't exist back then.
Didn't do it for the cloud back then.
Exactly. TikTok wasn't what it was, or it wasn't what it is now. But I mean, I will say this, though. It is a blast to be here at the Super Bowl. I don't know about you guys, but I did not expect to be in San Francisco on February 4th if you asked me that question 21 weeks ago. Did you guys ever see this happening?
I don't think I knew where the Super Bowl was 21 weeks ago.
Camp, in any part of the regular season, because I got to be honest, it wasn't until I think late in the season where I was like, okay, we may need to be starting.
I definitely thought they were going to be better than a lot of the national media did, because we played sound of different people doubting them and thinking that moving on from Geno Smith and DK was going to be the death of them. But I think when we did picks, I think I was at like 9 or 10 wins, and I still probably thought that someone else was going to win the division. So no, I definitely was not thinking Super Bowl.
Yeah, it just seemed like a lot in one season, in one off season, put it all together and say, wow, they had 10 wins, sure, but everything would have had to have gone right again. And then to improve on that, because theoretically you're not winning 10 games and getting to the Super Bowl. Maybe you are, but for them to improve on it, all right, everything would have had to continue. That's not counting for maybe built-in regression a little bit in year 2 of a scheme where there's some growing pains. it was natural to assume they'd get better under Mike Macdonald in the defense. But hey, if something happens, they take a slip back. So Super Bowl at this point, inconceivable. And I think, I forget who I told this to because, it's been days and weeks and all in the span of one day today. But I think because of this, I would love for Coach of the Year to be awarded at the end of the season. Not the season, the end of the entire football year.
Saturday night.
I would like it to be awarded Sunday after the Super Bowl. Make it a true postseason award like they do.
Very American League MVP.
Yeah, just give it to at the end of the year. Because think about someone like Macdonald and what his value has been in a playoff run.
Right.
You could get 14 wins, sure, but if you lose in the first round, is what Liam Cohen did more impressive? He turned around a bad team, but he lost in his first playoff game. Mike Macdonald in year 2 is in the Super Bowl. So that's my rant. I've been on that. I've been banging that drum for a few weeks now. Like, wait till the end of the year. But that's another reason why.
But if that's how you feel.
Didn't seem like it was feasible. Yeah. Early on.
If that's how you feel, Mike Vrabel and Mike Macdonald are both candidates.
Yeah, they're playing for the Coach of the Year.
Would you just give it to whoever wins the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Okay.
In this case, because it is 2 underdog stories, it's not always the case.
Do you think before the Lombardi Trophy gets handed out, they hand out Coach of the Year on the stage?
Now, I don't know the
before
logistics
we get to the big
yet.
trophy.
You guys are asking a lot of tough questions. I haven't planned the logistics yet.
It's like in the Stanley Cup playoffs when they hand out the Conn Smythe before the Stanley Cup, and like when Connor McDavid won it as a loser, and he was like, I don't want this.
I'm more of a Lady Byng fan. Isn't that how you pronounce
Lady
it?
Byng?
Lady Byng, thank you.
Yeah.
Just because it's
the Selke trophy.
It's a trophy it's for gentlemanly play, right?
Right.
And it's like these hockey guys that try to fight each other and lose their teeth and all that. That's my favorite
But there's a gentlemanly way to approach the fight. There's
That's true.
rules.
Yeah,
You both agree to it.
Drop the gloves. Keep your helmets on, but drop the gloves.
So whoever does that the most gentlemanly. Yeah.
Right. Good news, though, for the Seahawks practice report this Wednesday is that everyone participated. There was no holdouts. There were some limitations. Charles Cross, Eric Sauber, Sam Darnold as well. Just a precaution, the oblique injury. I have a feeling he's going to play, and I don't think anybody really needs to concern themselves, especially how Darnold has looked here in the playoffs. And Sam Darnold was able to meet with reporters earlier today. We're going to give you a bit of that press conference right now.
What's this like for you to be in the Super Bowl and get that vindication after so many years of teams giving up on you and writing you off?
I think it doesn't really come down to that for me. It's always just been about putting in the hard work every single day. And sometimes hard work and all the dedication and hours I've put in the off season, during the season, it leads to this moment, and that's kind of the mindset I have and really the mindset I've had my entire career.
Sam over here. Sam over here to your left.
Yeah.
After your time in San Francisco here, you've talked a lot about what that meant to you. But when you went looking for your next stops, how important was it for you in Minnesota and Seattle to find a system and coaches that were similar to what you did here?
Yeah, I think, being able to have similar systems throughout, your entire career, especially, ones that you kind of see fit, and especially with the type of skill players we have, the offensive line we have, it just fits really well with all of our skill sets. And, that was a very important piece to me in deciding kind of in my free agency where I wanted to go. But again, like I always say, Coach Macdonald and the defense had a lot to do with my decision as well.
Hi, Sam, front row on your right. Your teammate Cooper Kupp yesterday spoke about how quickly the NFL can chew up and spit out a quarterback who doesn't perform up to the standards people place on them early in their career, and how impressive it was that you came through your early trials. I was wondering if you could speak about that as a broader phenomenon in the NFL and also from the perspective of your journey when you're about to play in a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, you see examples of that, all around the league and in the past. Just guys maybe not having as much success as, they feel like they should have had, or maybe the media thinks that they should have had right out of college. But I think the biggest thing is to just, believe in yourself. I think that's really what it comes down to, is as long as I've always believed in myself and I've always had confidence in myself to do my job. And I learned a ton from the mistakes that I made early on in my career. And I feel like that kind of mindset has kind of gotten me to this point.
Sam, to your left, over here. In terms of Cooper Kupp and just the veteran presence he provides, how would you just describe how valuable he's been to your offense overall, and how much you guys may be leaning on his experience getting to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak highly enough of Coop and, you know, what he's meant to our offense, not only our offense, but our entire team. You know, the mindset that he has, the way he leads by example. But if he does say things, he's one of those guys where the entire room is dead silent, and then they're super focused on what he's saying because we know that, you know, he doesn't waste his breath. You know, he's always going to be able to say something very, very mindful. And for us, it's you know, speaking for the players, but also the coaches. I feel like he's had a huge impact on all of us in that building, and you know, we have a ton to thank for Coop and kind of what he's brought to all of us here in Seattle.
Being here, being here, do you ever reflect on those early stages in New York, and what did you take from that experience?
Yeah, I think just learning how to, you know, flush bad plays, flush bad games. You know, always at the end of the day, like, you know, no matter if I had a bad game or a bad rep or a bad series of plays, like I always was able to wake up the next day and be able to move on. And I think that was something that I always learned. And I feel like as a young player too, early in my career, I was really hard on myself. Like after a bad rep or a bad practice, I would let it kind of affect my attitude a little bit. And you know, I think just being able to have a great attitude all the time and kind of have that, you know, all right, you know, that happens. It's football. You know, we're not always going to be perfect. I think, you know, Jerry Rice has a quote, you know, I'm just going to paraphrase it, but he never had a perfect practice or a perfect game, you know, and that's kind of the mindset that I've always had, you know, after my first few years in the NFL was like, it's not always going to be perfect. You know, that's why everybody loves this game, you know, and people call it like some of the best reality TV there is, because, you know, nothing's always perfect, and it's about how can you move on from mistakes to continue to better the team and better yourself. And that's how I've kind of had that mindset, and I feel like I learned a ton from my early years with that.
Sam, to your left along the wall here, in talking to a couple of your coaches, they feel like Drew Lock, you know, is kind of the glue a little bit in that quarterback room, and he's pushed you a lot just kind of mentally this season. What have you seen from him kind of in that regard, and does his journey, do you feel like, mirror yours in some way of what it could be? No doubt. I think, you know, Drew is one of the more talented guys I've been around and throwing the football. Me and Drew go way back. We were roommates at the Army All-American game. And we knew each other from the Elite 11 camp and just being in the same recruiting class. So, you know, just being able to spend time again with Drew and reconnect and just, you know, just how close he brings everybody. You know, he's just such a great presence to have in the locker room and in the quarterback room especially.